The Three Stooges.
That's it is. That's it is. You're doing good.
The big pie and
He's got a full head of hair.
Yeah.
A bald-headed idiot there. The court jester.
I've always been an admirer of Yul Brynner.
I need a sucker.
Yeah.
I could be telling.
So what, this is a camera?
That's
And this is a camera.
That's a camera, that's a camera, and that's a camera.
But the only one that's YouTubing is this one up here, the big
Oh,
one
the
shooting
big
straight
one.
up. The other one's for security.
plaintiff called John Romanin.
Good morning, Mary. Okay, I can see you. Wherever you're good at. Wherever you're comfortable. Good morning, sir.
Stop you right there for a second. Raise your right hand.
You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. There, that's on wheels, so be careful. And just speak up in the microphone loudly enough so we can all hear you.
Okay. That's good. Mr. Grau, whenever you're ready. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Sir, will you please state your name, your full name, and spell your last name for the record?
John Romanin, spelling is Romanin.
Thank you, Mr. Romanin. May I call you John?
Sure.
Thank you. So, John, where do you currently reside?
Chesterland, Ohio.
Okay. John, what do you do for a living?
I own and operate a franchise called A1 Concrete Leveling of Cleveland East.
How long have you owned A1 Concrete?
Since 2002.
Okay. What does A1 Concrete do?
We are a pressure grouting company that specifically works on concrete. We use an injection process specifically made up of crushed limestone and water, and we apply that towards concrete to raise up sunken concrete.
What geographical area do you service?
Basically the east side of Cleveland from 77 east to end of Cuyahoga County, Lake County, Geauga County, and Northern Portage counties.
In that period of time that you've owned A1 Concrete, how many driveways would you say, just approximation, have you come out to take a look at by request?
Probably thousands,
Thousands, okay.
at least hundreds.
When you do inspect a driveway, what do you typically look at?
Unlevel aspects to the driveways where they could be a problem for tripping, or mostly tripping, or some issue related to a need to have a snowplow area cleaned up so that there's no damage to equipment, that type of stuff.
Okay. Let's bring up on the screen now Exhibit 8, please.
Oops. Let me know when you have it on your screen, okay? Okay, thank you.
John, is this a typical example of an estimate that you might give to a prospective customer?
Correct.
Okay.
It's on your screen right in front of you as well if you need to look at that. Okay.
We're going to scroll all the way to the bottom and then all the way back up. I'd also direct your attention to your pages 3 and 4. And then we'll go back up to the top. Okay. So that's the 4th page, the 3rd page. Now we're headed back up to the top. So John, now that we've scrolled this, and you've had an opportunity to look at it, and it should be on your personal screen right in front of your face too. Do you recognize this? Okay, what is it?
It's an estimate we provided on June 29th, 2022.
Okay. Do you recall the address it was provided for?
I see the address. Yes, that is the address.
Okay. Are you referencing the customer name box near the top?
Say it again?
Are you, when you
Yes.
say you see the address, are you referencing the customer name box
Yes.
near the top? Okay.
Correct.
Do you see the customer name also?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Kathleen Grosier.
Okay. Do you? Let's go down to page 4, please. Now, John, I know you've mentioned that you've looked at thousands of driveways and lots of individual customers call you. But are you able to recall back to this? Are you able to recall
Yes.
back to this particular
Yes.
driveway? Okay.
Yes.
So based on your observations, what did you recommend?
We recommended raising up the right side of the driveway, which would be the grass line side, to reduce the offset at the fourth and fifth slab where you see some caulking in the joint. Not in that picture so much. Well, there is caulking in that picture, but you're looking the opposite direction in this picture of the first picture. So it magnifies a slight offset right there. As you're seeing that, that's the opposite view towards the garage. So we would raise up those 4 panels from the garage up to that joint to reduce the offset between the slabs.
Okay. Can we go back up to the first page, please? And then maybe blow it up a bit. John, who actually created this document?
Myself. Oh, actually, my office manager, but on my instruction.
Okay. So, what was the final recommendation relative to the driveway that appears here?
The final recommendation was just how it was stated on the estimate.
Okay. How would you have gone about raising the driveway to the level that you're recommending?
So our process is basically straightforward. There's no typically different process. We drill 1-inch holes the size of a quarter, and in that we inject that slurry mix of crushed limestone mixed with water, and then each hole, individual hole, will receive that process, and then that slightly lifts each individual slab to receive to provide the outcome of raising the slab. So the injection grouting develops pressure underneath the concrete and forces the slab back up. So that creates an inverse aspect to what you see occurred here.
So is it fair to say the end result is that the driveway would become level where it was originally not?
So we don't like to necessarily use the word level specifically, but it's a general term to provide an outcome where we're repositioning the slab. So when we say leveling, it's in a sense of providing an outcome that's different than it is now, to provide an outcome where you'd have some type of slope where the water would be redirected or leveled.
Now, how did you come to? Actually, I'll strike that question. You would not have created this estimate if you didn't believe there was a need for correcting those particular driveway blocks. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
John, I have no further questions for you. I thank you for your time.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Mr. Doucette,
Thank-
cross-examination.
Thank you.
You want the invoice up there or not?
I can set it from here and walk over. Yes, may I have
The same invoice?
No, I have a picture.
You have different stuff.
Thank
Okay.
you, sir. Yeah, thank you, Judge.
Let me know when it's all set for you.
Okay. Let me start by asking you on the invoice we saw,
Estimate.
thank you, estimate that we saw, there was, I think, $800 related to the leveling process that you described here, or the repositioning process that you described here, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then I said that because when you do the I'm not trying to be rude, but the court reporter will need a word to take down. Okay?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then there's another $200 for caulking.
Correct.
Okay. And you'd be caulking the cracks that are in between the slabs as we see them kind of in this picture here.
Yeah, since it's not a complete picture of the work area, it would be the long linear control joint on all 4 slabs, and then the horizontal joints going towards the grass line on each individual slab.
And there's no caulking in there now as it exists today, fair?
No, we require that for warranty, so it doesn't have to be caulked anywhere else on the driveway.
That would be something new you're doing for this site.
Yes, it would be part of the estimate.
Okay, and then I saw another, I think, $1,800 to add another inch of slope to the interior floor of the garage.
Yes, so you saw in my estimate, it said it was an inconclusive estimate because we needed to talk further with the contractor who would have been doing the repair. At that time I did the estimate, they hadn't had any work done.
I understand.
So there was some some open dialogue still needing to take place. If I suggested to the homeowner that if you had the slab, the garage weight load taken off the slab, we could raise those slabs back up inside the garage and then reposition some of that concrete in there, because if we raise the slabs on the outside of the driveway, that would be restrictive of, because the garage is sitting on those slabs.
Okay, oh, so at the time that you wrote this estimate to this moment sitting here now, it's your impression, or it's your understanding that most garages would have the load-bearing walls on the side would be meeting the concrete slab and then transferring the load to the slab, sitting on the...
No, that's already occurring. What I'm saying was that there was conversation about her having some work done, the homeowner having some work done to correct the garage, and I didn't know what that was going to be yet. It was still up in the air. So my advice was that if you wanted me to help you on the garage, that $1,800 would correct the settlement of the garage by lifting up the garage, but the weight of the garage had to be off the weight of the cement. So there had to be some preparatory work with another contractor unrelated to me.
Understood. So it was, if I understand what you're saying, forgive me for walking over here to
No
move
problem.
the mouse. You're talking about the weight of the garage of the walls, the two outer walls, right?
Correct.
Resting on the cement.
Correct.
Okay. We've had some testimony yesterday from an engineer who's been inspecting this garage, and we learned that the weight of these walls is actually not on the cement, it's on the soil. It's off the sides of the slab. Did you know that?
Well, that could be true. I don't remember the job, but the usual and customary design of a garage is on concrete structure or some type of foundation. And so I don't remember that, to be honest with you.
Okay.
So if it's sitting on soil, that was improperly designed.
Okay.
It shouldn't even have been accepted by the city.
Understood. Now, your estimate for leveling the concrete drive is for the slabs on the right side of the drive.
Correct.
Right, all right. Were you asked to provide an estimate of any kind to raise the outside edge of the slab to the left portion over here, to the north side?
Not that I remember.
Okay, but if you were asked to provide an estimate to raise this slab to the left of the garage to help avoid water pooling there, your company would be capable of drilling the holes and adding the slurry and lifting it in the same exact way as you've described for the right side, if you were asked to?
Well, first of all, I don't think I was providing an estimate on the right side because of water pooling. It would have been because the settlement of the slab,
Okay.
not water pooling.
So if there was settlement of the slab on this side such that the slab sloped down and away, regardless of whether water pools there or not, your company would be capable of raising
I'm
that?
capable of lifting any slab that's not prohibited by a weight load.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you for your time today.
Sorry.
Mr. Lucas, you have any questions?
Just a couple. Morning, Mr. Romano.
Good morning.
My name is Mike Lucas. I just have a couple questions for
Sure.
you. You made the comment that this shouldn't have been accepted by the city with reference to the weight-bearing walls being not placed on concrete.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna have to say yes.
I'm sorry.
Or no?
Yes,
Yeah.
correct.
Or what? Right. Are you aware that the garage was constructed in 1935?
No.
The reason I ask that is, do you know what the city requirements that were in effect regarding that comment you just made were in 1935?
No.
So when you're saying that it should have been accepted by the city, now knowing that it's 1935 when it was constructed, are you in the position of saying now that it still should not have been accepted by the city, not knowing what the requirements were for the city of Willoughby at that time?
You want a lengthy answer or a short answer? My answer to that would be is that I wasn't around in 1935, obviously, but I've worked on a lot of houses older than 1935, garages that were all built with some type of foundational structure underneath the wood sill. So for that to be built on soil would have been an uncommon and an unlikely process accepted by any city, whether it was Willoughby or not.
there's no knowledge one way or the other whether the city even knew back in 1935 what was being.
I can tell you, no, you're right. I can't answer
Oh, thank
that.
you, I appreciate that. I'll end on a high note. Thank you, sir.
No problem.
Mr. Grauer, redirect examination.
Took care of it. No redirect.
All right.
So,
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Sit down. Appreciate
You're
it.
welcome.
And Mr. Grauer, you may call your next witness.
Sure. The next witness that we're calling is Michael Levant.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give? Start over. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right. Sometimes we also watch something.
Okay.
Mr. Grauer, whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much. Mr. Levant, thank you for being here today. Appreciate it. Will you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Mike Levan, Levan.
I've been saying it wrong the whole time. Levan,
Mhm.
with a, okay, got it. So, Mr. Levan, do you mind if I call you Michael?
Sure.
Okay. Michael, where do you currently reside?
Willoughby Hills.
Okay. What do you do for a living?
So I do home remodeling.
Okay. Do you work for someone or do you own a company?
No, it's my company, full time.
Okay. What's it called?
Levan Group.
Okay. What does Levan Group do any given day on a day-to-day basis?
So mostly repairs. Average client has a home. Maybe they want a repair done, an improvement. So I don't do new construction. It's mostly existing homes that have some type of issue.
Okay. Residential specifically or also commercial?
Mostly 90% residential.
Okay. How long have you been the owner of the Levan Group?
So I've done it my whole life. Family business. Started out 13 years old holding the flashlight for my dad. But I've done it either part-time or full-time pretty much my whole life.
Sure. Do you do estimating all the way through completion, or are you doing only certain parts?
No, we try to do everything in-house. Very few things we sub out, like carpeting and shingle roofing. We'll sub that out, but 90% of the work we do ourselves.
How often do detached garages come up in the course of dealing with customers?
So garages, either garage doors is a big one. The tracks is another one. Roofing, repairs we do a lot. Foundation, work sometimes. But sheds and garages, there's always something.
Do you have any certifications or licenses that are relevant to, for instance, the city of Willoughby?
So doing, especially like residential or HOAs, things like that, there's some things you have to do. Like, number one, you have to be fully insured. So you got to do an insurance process. And then like HOA, you have to have some experience. It's a lot of it is resume based. They may ask for some letter of recommendations. Now, as far as any like certifications, I don't have that. Like, for example, like electrician. To do work in a commercial building, you have to be a licensed electrician. So that's like an example that I could give. But the type of work and scope that I do, like I said, I don't need like a license per se.
Gotcha. Do you ever consult with engineers in regards to any projects you work on from time to time?
I do, depending on what it is. I actually have an employee who is at Cleveland State in civil engineering program, so I lean on him sometimes for expertise. And then, yeah, as far as any like consulting, there's several groups out there. Sometimes I could use them.
Do you know my client, Kathleen Crozier?
I know her on a business level.
Sure.
A couple years ago, she called. We did a bathroom project. That went well, and then she had me come back for a few other things, and then the most latest work I did was the garage repair.
Thank you. I'd like to go now to Exhibit 17A, please. So, Michael, do you recognize the home on the left in this photograph?
Yep, that's Kathleen's house.
Do you recognize behind the home what appears there?
Yep, there's the garage.
Okay. You had referenced that as the scope of work that was most recent for you?
Correct.
Okay. Let's go to Exhibit 17C, please. So, do you recall generally when you first went about, I'll strike that question. Do you recall generally when you first went out to look at the property, what you saw in terms of the garage?
Yeah, so whenever I get a call from a client with an issue, first thing I do is go out, take a look at it, give an estimate, just try to explain what I see. And then if they're okay with the quote, then I go ahead and then start to work.
Okay.
And then in this particular photo, I noticed that there was some rot on the bottom, the sill plate. You usually have like garages, they even build them on the concrete, or sometimes there's some block work, but you put the wood on top of some type of foundation. And I noticed that was rotted. Some of the 2x4s were rotted. So number one, take it down to first principles, right? So what's the issue? We have some rotted wood. And then second of all, once we fix it, how can we ensure that it's not going to happen again? So this is a good picture because I just noticed right away that the elevation, you could see everything's pointing towards the garage. So one, it's rotted. Why is it rotting? It's either termites or water. It's one of the two. So wood was rotted. You could see here the hill, how it's everything's sloping that way. So, and plus there's, standing water sometimes in there. So basically from the water rotted it.
Can we go now to Exhibit 16, and we're going to scroll through photos A through G of Exhibit 16. Now, Michael, I just want to get more specific. We're going to scroll these pictures really quickly first, A through G. Each of them bear a date at the top of October 19, 2020. Okay. So my first question to you, Michael, is do you recall if you visited before or after October of 2020?
So, yeah, I've been at the house a few times.
Okay, first I'll strike the question. Yeah. Do you recall if you first visited the home and looked at the garage before or after October 19th of 2020?
I guess I don't understand the question.
I'm sorry. Let me ask a better question.
Yeah.
Do you offhand, and irregardless of anything I just said, remember whenabouts the first time you visited and looked at the garage?
Oh yeah, it was like 2 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. That's right. Sorry.
Okay. So when you looked at the conditions inside the garage, what did you see on the side that you were just referencing? You said that there was sometimes pooling water and that you saw some slope over there. What
Yeah.
did you see in terms of the conditions on the garage on that side?
So if you can go back to the previous picture, the one when you first, there. So you could see right there. You see to the right, you see the staining as far as the water? Right there. Yeah, right there. So when you come in, that's like the first thing I noticed, like the standing water.
1 second. Do you have the pointer, Stan?
Yes, sir.
Let me give him a pointer so that he can indicate what he's referring to easier.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so you could see right here, see this line? So you can see right here, this is where all the water, like the standing water, the staining. So basically every time it rains, you get this. And then anywhere else, you don't get it. But right here is where you get that constant pooling of water. So when you come in, it's the very first thing that I noticed. So one, the garage is sinking. Why is it sinking? Well, the wood is rotting, starting to fall down. You can see it in the siding, how it's compressing. Because, the sill plate, the wood that's holding the garage up is rotting, so it's just coming down from the weight from the roof and everything else. So that's what I was talking about earlier. Come in, you kind of diagnose it, what's wrong.
Okay. Can we go back to B? Okay. Mr. Levon, is this representative of what you saw in terms of the
Yep.
studs that you were taking a look at here on the,
Yeah.
call it the side of the garage you were just describing?
Yeah. So you can see right here. So this is the 2x4s, right? And then underneath it's another like 2x4, and they call it a sill plate or sole plate, depending. And that's what was just completely rotted. Sure.
Have you seen garages of this age have a sill plate like that just on dirt? Is that something that you've seen for a garage this age?
That's possible. I've seen that. Sometimes they'll put it right on the cement itself. And if I remember correctly, there were bricks below that, but they, just from the water, it's kind of just sunken down because the whole garage basically sunk down.
I'm assuming you didn't look at just the studs on this side. I'm assuming you looked at the studs on the rear of the garage and on the left side also, right?
Correct.
Okay. Let's now go to Exhibit 9, please. So, Michael, as a result of taking a look at all this, what did you do next?
Just basically went out, took a look at it, did a quote, and kind of put it back to something that is one, safe, two, should last another 20, 30, 40 years. And this is what I quoted. And that would be, you'd have to, jack up the garage, some type of temporary bracing, cut the old wood out, and then replace it, basically.
Okay. Let's scroll the entire document and then come back up to this page. Let's go back up to the estimates themselves before we get to the pictures.
Mm-hmm.
So I noticed two separate documents. These first two pages are actually two different documents, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, how does the first page compare to the second, and what's the difference?
So the first, what you're looking at is just to come in and basically bring it back to what it was. And it, like I said, that involved temporary bracing, cutting it out, putting new wood in, fixing the siding. Like I said, make it so it'll last another, 30, 40 years. So I gave this quote, and then Kathleen says, "Well, I don't have those funds available. Is there anything else we can do?" So I said, "Well, just so it's in a sense, safe, what I could do is I could jack it up and just put some, in a sense, bracing, temporary. It's not something that's going to last, like I said, 30, 40 years, but at least it'll get you through, a few years until you decide what you want to do with the garage, and you don't have to worry about it, falling down. So that was basically more of a, temporary
So
fix.
is it fair to characterize the difference between the two is the first page is the cost for the more permanent fix.
Correct.
And the second is the cost for basically the temporary solution until the permanent fix can be completed.
Correct.
Okay. Why not just start over with a new garage? I mean, is that salvageable to you? I mean, why not just start over?
I mean, you could. I mean, it's the issue today is, I mean, we could do it. It comes down to cost. I mean, you have to tear it down, haul it away, build a new one. Now you're talking, full blown everything. New construction, permits, signing off, so that's a possibility. Or you could just, fix what you have. Because the nice thing about the older homes is, like, some of that wood you can't get that anymore. So something like that, it's worth fixing if you wanted to.
So, so your testimony is it's from what you looked at, it's worth fixing. Right?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go down to the photographs, which I think start on 3. So, Michael, we're going to scroll page by page, and then we're going to be completed here.
Mm-hmm.
What are we looking at in these pictures as we're scrolling from page 3 to page 6?
Yeah. So this is the corner that basically sunk all the way down. So what I did was cut the old stuff out, and then I just did this, bolted in this temporary bracing, and then this part, which was really bad, this is like a 4x6, and this is all like treated lumber. The problem with garages is you basically only have 3 walls holding it up. So that was the concern, because it was kind of leaning. So I at least wanted to like get it up, straighten it up, put some bracing in, the best I could. So that's what you're looking at. And so like this one here, I tried to get it as beefy and strong as I could.
Why not do the same work on the other side of the garage that's closest to Kathleen's her own garden area over there? So why pick why pick the location that borders the property line that's closest to the Barber property, as opposed to all of it?
Well, that's where the water's coming in. The other side, it's not rotted like that.
Okay. Can we keep scrolling? Is page 4 also an example of your temporary repair work?
Yeah, that's all the same side.
Okay. And then page 5, same thing?
Yep.
Okay. And then page 6. I think that's a closer up view of the one that we
that's
looked at before, where you said it was an extreme.
Yeah, that's where the siding was crunched down. Then I think there's some door issues too. I think we adjusted the door once we got it back up.
Did you see some siding pulling away a little bit on the other side of the garage when you took a look?
Not like that side.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's all for now. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Mr. Doucette.
Thank you. Judge, I might have a few more questions for this witness than the last one. Can I move my computer over?
Yeah, do whatever you need to do.
Thank you.
can use anything you want. So.
Mr. Levan, thank you for being here. If this is still here when you come down, be aware I've just dragged some loose cords.
Yep, thank you.
So watch your step. I guess to start with, you're not here to testify as an expert in topography or surface flow drainage issues or things of that nature, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You're here to talk about your experience as a contractor making repairs to things like this old garage.
Correct.
Okay. And if I could, Stan, are you able to turn my computer onto that screen? Or Judge?
I can do it.
May I have access to
Ready?
that screen? Thank you. And I'm going to start by saying the work you've described to the right side of this garage as we look at it, if I understand it correctly, is essentially to lift the wall out of the dirt where it has sunken into, right? And where it's sunken into the dirt, the siding is now below grade level on that wall.
Correct.
Okay, and the sill plate along that wall has rotted so that the supporting studs that go down to it are no longer sending the load of the garage to a sill plate anymore because it's been rotted, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the sill plate would have run front to back the length of that under all those studs. That's what would have originally been there based upon what you saw, right?
Correct.
Okay, so because that sill plate that was set on the dirt has rotted away into mulch, essentially, or into compost, correct?
So the sill plate was there is a foundation there. It's like brick.
As I understand it, and I've got pictures, so we can drill in if we want to,
Yeah.
to be efficient with our time. My understanding is that essentially there are some red clay bricks that you can find if you dig deep enough below the rotted wood that used to be the sill plate.
Right.
And so there were some loose red clay bricks put either in the ground or on the ground in 1935,
Sure.
but those aren't mortared together, correct?
I don't remember.
Either way.
Yeah, they could have been. Maybe it's not there. I honestly don't. I didn't do that close of examination. I just remember there was some type of brick at one time underneath the sill plate. The only reason why I brought that up because you said the sill plate on the dirt. It wasn't built on the dirt.
So, for example, this red clay brick here that you see in this picture, okay? This is the kind of brick that you'll find if you dig down in the ground under the sill plate, something like this.
Yeah, there's from, like you said, way back, whatever, almost 100 years ago, there was brick under there.
And I'm not suggesting that this brick was part of that system.
No, that's something later. Yeah, maybe that's probably something. Yeah, just to keep rodents out or something. I don't know.
So this is a stud going up and down in the center of the picture, and it would carry the load of the wall down to a sill plate that runs across underneath it, all the way from the front of the garage to the back of the garage,
Correct.
all made of wood, correct?
Correct.
And in 1935, it would not have been pressure-treated wood, it just would have been just
Regular wood.
plain wood.
Yep.
Okay. And then that was set on something that looks to be a combination of soil and loose bricks like this that were laid on the ground under it when it was first laid in place.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I just want to get on the same page with you, so using the same language and things.
Right.
We're in education and garage building here, so.
Yeah, right.
Be patient with me. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So then. So then, if we move one of those loose bricks that's sitting where the sill, on top of where the sill plate used to be out of the way, we find a condition that looks like this, where the original sill plate has been rotted away until now. It's essentially a compost, isn't it?
Pretty much.
Things could grow in it.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I've got a picture of a peanut growing in it, actually, which is why I mentioned that. At some point, someplace in Mr. Life.
Yeah.
And there's an owl you can see in this picture. I think it's OWL, which is a carpenter tool. It's a screwdriver, but it's got a point. You're familiar with that tool?
Yes.
So that's poked into the ground there. At some point, if we go deep enough, we can find a loose red brick. Would be our expectation based upon your observations there.
Correct.
Okay. But at this point in time, what we're looking at here is the sill plate, and whether there was a red brick under it or not, at some point, it would have been, to the extent we could find when we looked there, one row of red brick. Does that sound consistent with your experience?
Yes.
Okay. And it wouldn't have been built up 6 to 8 inches above grade on the basis of that one brick, would it, back then?
It probably was back then.
Well, we've got some pictures of the back wall of the garage where we've got like many rows of bricks, where it is up off the grade.
What I think I could help clarify it. Can you go back to the picture which shows the front of the garage?
Sure.
Yeah, that's good. Make my point. So this is common practice. Even today, there's code. There has to be a minimum height that you build something, and especially that's getting to the sill plate. So when this was built, it wasn't built like at that elevation. The thing that caught my eye is this ground, this dirt, is right up against the garage.
It sure is, yeah.
So, we probably have, whatever, just guessing 4 or 6 inches of lawn material that is right up against the garage, and it should never be that way.
No. And the wall itself of the garage is something down into that.
Which makes it even worse.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I've got a picture of the back wall. Let me see if I can find. If we were to look straight into the back of the garage, in the center of it, do you see the metal jack holding up the center of the back of the garage?
Yes.
So we've walked, just to orient ourselves, we've walked forward into the garage, you saw in the first picture, all the way to the back wall, and there's a metal jack that's been added to help support the roof.
Mm-hmm.
You familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay, and that's what we're looking at there, in the center of the back wall, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Correct.
I'm not trying to be rude, but we've got to get a word out, so it could be yes or no. But if that was a yes, I'll say, is that a yes?
Yeah, I said,
Okay.
you're correct.
All right, so we look down now at the bottom. You can see the metal jack there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's the base of it over here. And we can see this piece of wood running across is the sill plate, correct?
Correct.
All right, and then we can see the load-bearing studs running up from the sill plate, correct?
Correct.
And we can see how a nail is pounded in to the bottom of the stud down to the sill plate to secure the stud to the sill plate, correct?
Correct.
And all we're describing here is the wood framing system that's used throughout this garage. Correct?
Correct.
All right. And on the south side of the garage that you were talking about, this wood sill plate that runs across the bottom has been rotted away into just dust, essentially.
Correct.
Okay. But in the back of the garage, we can see down below the garage floor level. All right. You see that?
Yes. I don't
Okay.
know.
And then, or actually,
That's a shelf.
That's a shelf floor, isn't it? So the garage floor would be even more than that, wouldn't it?
Correct.
All right. So let's take another look. Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
So in the close-up picture, we're going to zoom in again. Before we do, in this picture, we're looking at exhibits E1 and E2. And right now, exhibit E is showing the back wall. And at the bottom of it is the garage floor, correct?
Correct.
And then there's just a loose paver laying on the back floor of the garage here next to the metal shelf. And the paver and the metal shelf are about the same height. Are we together so far?
Correct.
Okay. So when we zoom in, we're going to be going up higher from even there. Do I have that right so far?
Yes.
Okay. And all I'm doing is making sure that the record reflects that you and I are talking about the same things as we step forward. That's all I'm doing.
Okay.
Okay. So, so let's zoom in to E2. In this picture, towards the bottom of the picture, we can see the top of the paver and the top of the metal shelf. And at that level, we're already probably about, what, 1.5 to 2 inches off of the garage floor, higher. Does that sound about right?
Approximately.
Okay. So, and then we have another row of brick we can see behind those. So this is the second row of brick up from the floor level before we get to the steel jack. Correct?
Okay.
Okay. When I say correct, I'm not doing anything other than making sure we're stepping forward together.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is that a yes?
That's a yes.
Okay. So then we've got, and how tall is the common red brick that we're looking at there?
I mean, approximately 4 inches.
So at this point, the bottom of the jack in the back of the garage is approximately, would you say, 4 inches off of the garage floor level?
Approximately.
Okay. And then if we go up from there, there's another row of red brick, so that's another 4 inches?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. So, and then we've got the wood sill plate, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So on the rear of this garage, the rear wall of this garage is constructed with a system that's a little different than the two sides. Fair?
That's fair.
Okay. And the system along the back of the garage has the wood sill plate elevated about 8, 10, maybe 12 inches. But let's say 8 inches. Would that be a fair estimate? Above the floor level?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be consistent with what you would call good building practices to raise a wood sill 8 inches above grade?
Yes.
And the purpose of doing that is so that if there's water puddling around the outside of the garage, it's not going to damage the wall of the garage. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why they did it that way. Why they would do the back higher than the sides, I don't know.
I understand.
Maybe the ground was higher back then. I don't know.
So if you're going to repair the side walls of the garage, you're also going to raise the wood sill plate that you install 8 inches above grade approximately. Do I have that straight?
I would. Yeah, are you talking about the first estimate?
Yeah. Now let's pause. We've been talking about the back wall.
Yeah.
And we're going to come right back to this.
Okay.
But we've seen in the back wall how just the basic, and this is, forgive me for doing things like saying the wheels are round.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So in your business, this might be painfully obvious what I'm stepping through. I don't do what you do, and I need to, for the jury, we all need to talk through step by step, kind of like how you build a garage, I guess. But you gave an estimate. Now we'll switch gears a little bit. You gave an estimate to make repairs to the to the right side of the garage, the south side of the garage.
Correct.
Okay, and in that process of repair that you envision with your estimate, that process, if I understand it, would include lifting the wall out of the ground and raising it so that you can put a wood sill plate about 8 inches above grade the way it's supposed to be, correct?
Correct.
And then to do that, you would have a brick or concrete foundation under the sill plate to hold it elevated above ground level.
Correct.
All right. And then on the outside of that wall that you'll repair, the outside ground will slope down and away from the brick or concrete foundation that you install to shed water away from the structure.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and to make it easy for the jury to understand, you don't want ground touching a wood building ever.
Understood.
Brick is fine, but if you got siding, wood, you never want grass or ground up against it.
I understand that. And the ground that is immediately adjacent to a structure, in addition to not touching the wood,
Thank you.
also needs to be sloping down and away from the structure so that water sheds and water does not come to where the structure meets the elevation.
Yeah, a swale or a gully, that would be ideal. And any home, any garage,
Okay.
absolutely.
Now, I'm not going to have discussions, just so you know, you might have just stepped in a whole can of worms with the word swale, because that's a whole other issue we're talking about in this case. So I'm going to keep it really simple to how garages are constructed. And the basic understanding that I have is that next to a structure of any kind that human beings build on the face of the ground, the wood sill plate needs to be elevated 8 inches above grade and sitting on something that is like concrete, or in this case brick, as we see here, to keep the wood 8 inches above the ground level, correct?
Correct.
And then the ground outside of that little foundation wall needs to be sloped down and away from the structure for water protection purposes, essentially.
Ideally, that's best.
Okay. And that's how you will do it if you are coming back to this site to repair the south wall of this garage.
Correct.
Okay. Now, and that way, if water on the south wall of the garage, if water puddles in the ground out there, puddles in the grass, if we get a saturated rainfall and there's puddles out there, those puddles will be at least as far away from the structure as you slope the land, and that helps protect the wall.
Correct.
Okay. Now, all that being said, I'm going to go back to the rear wall now that we were looking at with this picture here. And as we zoom in, we see that even back in 1935, at least as to the rear wall, and we have no idea why, as you said, but they did construct the rear sill plate, let's say 8 inches, as just a rough approximation, above the ground level, for the reasons you just talked about here. To keep it off the ground, to keep any water outside of the garage from damaging the wood, to keep the wood from rotting, and to keep the garage ultimately from sinking down into the ground. We put a 6 to 8 inch brick face under the sill plate. Do I have that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And as we can see, even though the garage is 89 years old, where that sill plate is above off the ground, it hasn't rotted away yet. Correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, it does, in fairness, it does appear to have moisture staining in some dark areas. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. But it still looks like the nails are going into it and it's holding the studs as it sits on the brick. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. So, here, on a side wall, we see the stud going down to meet where the wood sill plate would be, and we can see the head of the nail, and this is picture B10. We can see the head of the nail on the side of the stud that would have been driven into the stud to hold it to the wood sill plate underneath it, right?
Correct.
And that just helps us orient what we saw in the back wall picture, that system of putting a nail in the bottom of the stud at an angle down to get the sill is the same system used on the side, except that the sill here is not raised off the ground, correct?
It may have been originally, but it's not now. Because the sill plate's gone, everything's sunken.
Right. Okay. As we see here, here's another picture of a nail like that. And we can see this nail looks to be going, maybe it's been stepped on or something, but it's just loose in the air now because all the wood underneath it has been rotted away, correct?
Correct.
All right, and the wood sill plate down below that stud is now gone. That's done, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the method for repairing, now at this point, this is not structurally sound.
No.
And from the moment that you could, like if you were to, for example, slide a brick under that gap there, okay? If you would have enough space to slide a brick under the stud, like this, between where the sill plate used to be, and I got a picture somewhere, you may have seen it in person, bricks lining the place where the sill plate used to be, and some of them actually, the bricks have been shoved underneath the studs now. But if you were to do that, that means that this is not a structurally sound situation anymore at that point, correct?
No, that's all rotted.
Right, okay. And from the moment that it reaches the point that it's rotted so that the wood stud is not meeting the sill plate, this has to be repaired. And it has to be repaired in the way you described earlier, the way you described you're going to repair the south wall, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that is to, again, to jack the wall up, sister new wood to the sides of the studs, put a new sill plate in, put a foundation under it to keep it off the ground and slope away, correct?
Correct.
So what you're seeing here in this picture requires the process you've just described for this jury that you're going to perform, correct?
Correct.
Here's that, I promised a picture of a peanut rolling. I just wanted to show you that. Do you see it?
I do.
Okay. That's where the sill plate used to be. There?
Fair.
Okay. Here's another stud that we see, a little bean sprout growing and a hole in it. That's got to be fixed the way you described, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if we zoom down here into this area, we see another rotten stud, and there we can see bricks. This is we're into Exhibit B, and we're in about pages, pictures 16, 17, 18. This is somebody has this stud that we see in this picture would have originally traveled all the way down to a wood sill plate and had a nail pulled into the sill plate, correct?
Yeah, if that's a stud, it should.
Yes, and so somebody here has cut the rod off and slid a brick under it to fill the gap, correct?
Okay.
I mean, is that what you see here when you look at this picture?
Yes.
Okay. So whenever that was done in the history of the world, the moment that brick was slid into that place under that stud, you know that at least as of that point in time, that garage wall was no longer structurally sound and was in need of the repair services that you've described here today.
Is that the north wall?
It is. So at the moment that brick was slid under that stud, that wall, at that point in time, we know it was structurally unsound and needed the repair services that you're describing here today, only on the north side. There?
I don't know if that was a repair.
Okay.
I'd have to look at it better. It looks like it from the picture.
Let's say it wasn't repaired. Let's say that somebody didn't intend this to be a load-bearing repair. But if the wall has, all the pictures that you and I just looked at, with the peanut growing and the owl in the wood, those are all showing a situation that, as of the point in time that the rot reaches that level, the repairs need to be made like you've described, correct?
So if that's a load-bearing stud, it needs to be on a sill. If you had a bigger picture of that, we could.
Sure. See this picture here?
Correct.
All right. And it's,
Yeah, so that 2x4 right there should be on a sill, just like everything else.
okay, so now that we zoom back in and we see this. Here we go. Picture, now we're back to, we looked at some exhibits, B, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and this is 18, okay? So this brick under here, and all I'm trying to do is I'm trying to touch on a point in time. The point in time that allows somebody to cut a stud like that and slide a brick under it is a point in time at which the repair you've described is actually required, isn't it?
Correct.
And if I've had the benefit of taking Mrs. Crozier's depositions, okay, in deposition, and I expect her to testify consistently here in front of this jury today, also under oath, that she did not put these bricks in there, and that those bricks have been there since she bought the house. Okay, I want you to assume that.
Okay.
Okay. So this garage, the state of affairs that we see in these pictures here existed at the time she bought the house, if in fact she's telling the truth that these bricks were there, correct?
Correct.
Now, this is the north side that we've been talking about this whole time. So I'll show you an outside picture of the north wall. You recognize this is the north wall. This is the side on the opposite of my client's property. This is over in Ms. Crozier's backyard now, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And as we look here, in this picture, we can see that the wall has some mud on it, being splashed from water hitting the ground. What we can also see is this is pictures A, 1, 2, 3, 4, through 7 approximately is the group we're in. And as we look in, we can see that here the wall is sinking into the ground and the siding is buckling up, kind of like we saw on the south side of the property over towards the barber's house, right?
Correct.
Okay. And
Yeah, whenever you get water, you're going to get that.
so what we're seeing here is the product of water rotting this garage, in your experience.
That's fundamental. Yeah, if you take this down to first print, that's what you're looking at. Yeah.
All right. This was just a picture of the ruler to show how far below the siding. You're familiar, by the way, with vinyl siding. And vinyl siding, this is a picture in the group of picture E of a close-up of her siding on the north side with a ruler on it. And so this ruler shows relative measurements of the siding slats that are built into the vinyl siding pieces. They take a sheet of vinyl siding and they squish it out in a way so that it mimics the look of wood slats, correct?
Correct.
All right, and each of these horizontal lines is going to have a uniform distance from the line above it and the line below it.
Correct.
So if we can say that these lines are each about 4 inches apart, that will be consistent all the way up the wall and all the way down the wall, correct?
Correct.
And so if we get down here and we can see at the bottom, that the bottom of that siding, most of that bottom slat is buried, and there's about 1.5 inches remaining. So that means that exterior siding at this point in time is what, about 3 to 3.5 inches below ground now?
Looks like it.
Okay. So this garage, even if it had originally been built with the wood slat directly on dirt level or dirt with bricks, it has sunken to the point where now the siding, they wouldn't have originally built it, by the way. Pardon for moving up this question just like that. This garage would not have originally been built with the siding in a trench like this, would it?
No.
Oh, it's okay. So That being said, this garage has sunk to the point where this wall that you see on this picture, which is the north wall, has sunken down enough to not only touch the ground, but go down into the ground another 3.5 inches or so. Does that sound right, based upon your experience?
That's fair.
Okay. And based upon your experience, that's from water bubbles. That's what rots the wood.
Yes.
Okay. And did you give an estimate for doing the same kind of work to the north side of the wall as you gave an estimate to do the south side of the wall?
So, yeah, so the estimate, if I'm going to do one, I'm going to do all three walls. So I was going to lift it up and just go all the way around.
Okay. So if I understand.
Because then you're making one part secure and strong and the other not. So if it's kind of like one of those things, if you're gonna do it all.
Okay.
Because you could see there's, some parts are repaired, some parts are fine. So I was going to do the whole thing.
So to put it another way, if I were to ask you, and Judge, I'm done with the screen now with this witness, and I'm grateful for letting you use it. If I were to ask you, Mr. Levan, to come to my garage, this was my garage, and I say, Mr. Levan, I want you to take the north wall that's next to my own backyard, and I want you to lift it like you've described, and put a wood sill plate under it like you've described, and sister the studs Lothar, like you've described already, and and slope the ground away from it like you've described. If I'm going to hire you to do that to the north wall, necessarily you're going to say, well, Steve, I can't just do the north wall. I'm also going to do the south wall. This whole thing has to match, correct?
Ideally, that'd be the best way. I wasn't going to do any of the groundwork.
You're going to have somebody else slope the ground away from it?
Ideally, that'd be the way to go.
I want to thank you, by the way, for being such a good sport
Yeah.
and coming in here today and answering all these questions. We've never met before. I'm grateful for your courtesy, your politeness.
All right. Thank you.
Merry Christmas. Enjoy your day.
Okay. Thank you.
So Lucas,
John
any?
John might have some other questions.
I do-
Mr.
I do have-
Lucas gets a chance to ask first. I'll direct that. Mr. Lucas, any
I'm sorry.
questions?
I do have some.
All right.
Good morning, Mr. Levan.
Good morning.
My name is Mike Lucas. I have just a couple quick questions for you, okay? And I appreciate you being here to help us understand a lot of these issues that are before the jury, so thank you very much. When did you first go out specifically with reference to inspecting the garage? Do you remember the date?
I don't. It was a long time ago.
Okay.
And because here's the thing. Like I see jobs every day.
Oh, sure.
We're talking about something I originally looked at. I don't know how long's it been? Year and a half, 2 years.
I don't know. That's why I'm sort of asking you.
Yeah, it's been a while. Let's just say it's been, I don't know, more than a year.
Okay. The reason I ask,
Yeah.
because I'd like to know, but secondly, and I understand the difficulty because of all the jobs you do in that.
Yeah.
But, both the estimates that you looked at before for $8,780 and $2,100, there's no date on them. That's why I really was asking you.
Okay.
So I asked you the question actually about when you first went out there. Do you remember when you gave Ms. Crozier these two estimates?
I don't remember.
Is it based on your testimony? Is it a fair statement? It's
I could look them up as far as, because I believe they were emailed. So if a date is really crucial, I could go back to my computer and find the date. But to your point, that's a good best practice. Maybe I'll start putting dates on them from now on.
All right, I'll send you a note for that.
Yeah.
That is a good practice, by the way.
Sure.
Is it a fair statement, and again, I'm not trying to get you to say something you don't know, You mentioned it's been more than a year. Is that probably an accurate statement?
As far as looking at the garage, yes.
Yeah. And how about submitting the invoices? More than a year ago, like 2023 as opposed to 2024?
Like I said, I don't remember.
Okay.
I mean, we're talking dates. That's something I could easily look up if I don't remember. Sometimes I text, sometimes it's verbal, sometimes it's written. I don't.
Yeah, because you're doing your own business.
Yeah.
Did when you went out to inspect the garage, did you look at both the north side and the south side of the garage equally, or were you directed based on Ms. Crozier wanting to perhaps retain you at that point? Did she tell you to look primarily at the north side of the garage?
No,
South side of the garage?
I looked at all of it.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Could you repeat it?
So I looked at the whole entire garage. Yeah, you look at the south side and I look, the back and the other wall. Yes.
Okay. And at least in terms of Attorney Doucette's questioning, you're now aware from the photographs in that the sill plate that was on the north side has also significantly deteriorated, correct?
Correct.
And actually, a point is no longer in existence. Fair statement?
That's fair.
And I think you indicated, too, that you're looking primarily with the examination of Attorney Grauer on the south side, obviously, with the sloping in that. But the north side has water damage as well, because I think you had indicated when Mr. Doucette asked you that question, the only thing that causes that, I think you said, were termites or moisture, water moisture.
As far as sill plates rotting,
Yes.
that's your basic two reasons. It's either water or termites.
Okay. So with that damage, and also the damage you saw on the north side, not to the extent of the south side perhaps, but nonetheless damage to the siding, there was some water issues going on the south side as well, correct? North side, I'm sorry.
Are you referring to the sill plate?
Yes. And the siding.
Well, the siding's vinyl. But as far as the sill plate, judge on the pictures, there's some damage there also.
Okay. Now, in looking at those two invoices that in the future will always be dated, you indicated they were sort of an either or scenario when you presented them to Ms. Crozier.
Well, the first one is a complete fix, and then the second one was more for safety.
Okay.
Just because the
Go
fix.
ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, just because that the south side was so bad. I mean, it's an old garage,
Yes.
right? But the south side was really bad to the point where I told Kathleen, like, I don't even know if I feel safe in here working on it.
Yeah.
So we'll put some, temporary bracing up and let's at least fix that south side wall that's so bad. So that's what we did. We went in, temporary bracing, put some wood up there, straightened it up, because it was starting to lean. So yeah, the south side wall was much worse than any other part of the garage. That's why there was the two different quotes.
Right.
One was the long-term fix, and the second one was more of a safety short-term.
And based on what you ultimately did, in accordance with either or quote, Ms. Crozier elected to go with the second quote of $2,100, correct?
Correct. I would call that the temporary safety fix.
Okay, but she had an option of both, and she just elected with the lesser $2,100 quote, correct?
Correct.
Now, going back to the north side for a moment, the way you've, based on your experience, where there's a moisture issue in terms of causing issues, for instance, on the north side, sill plate and that doesn't just magically disappear. It's a continued process, correct?
Absolutely.
Stop, I should say.
Yeah, wood is not going to rot in a couple years.
Right. But the deterioration itself, whatever extent it was on the north side, and you saw the photographs through Attorney Doucette's computer and that is not a work that has now, a deterioration that's ceased. It's going to continue to go forward at whatever rate, but nonetheless, it needs to be remediated to some extent.
Correct. Yeah, because you have water coming in next to the foundation or the garage floor, so to speak, and the water's always going to go to lowest level, so it's constantly going to be there.
Right. So which, and translated then from a layperson standpoint, would then result in continued deterioration, regardless of the pace. True?
The water's what you need to get rid of.
Right. One moment, Your Honor, if I might.
Sure.
Well, let me ask you this, Mr. LeMan. When you did that work on the garage to the south side, did you file for any application for a permit by the city?
So repairs, no.
Okay.
Now, if it was like new construction, that's a different story.
Okay. And you're familiar with the city of Willoughby permit process and that?
Correct. Like certain, it depends on the job. Like for example, like a fence, something you think would be so simple, that's a full-blown site plan, the whole 9 yards. So it depends on the work as far as permits and things like that.
Well, let me ask you on another job that you did for Ms. Crozier. I believe you indicated you renovated the bathroom.
Did some bathroom repair.
Oh,
Yeah, I think she had a
just repair?
leaky, I mean, I'd have to look.
Did that require a permit from the city, if you recall?
No.
Okay. And if it had, you would have gotten a permit, correct?
Correct.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lane. I appreciate it.
Okay,
Pleasure. Nice talking to you, too.
thank you.
Well,
Mr. Grauer, redirect examination.
Very brief, Your Honor. Thank you. I'd like to swap back to access to our laptop to the screen
Sure.
for a brief moment.
You ready?
Specifically, Exhibit 9. So, Michael, we're going to go to page 2. So, for clarification, this was the scope of the repair actually performed that you just talked about, right?
Correct. I'm
Okay.
kind of just, keep it simple, we'll just call it the safety temporary repair.
And that was the amount paid to you for it by Ms. Crozier,
Correct.
Okay. Let's go to, let's leave this up for a moment. So during cross-examination, you had made a comment that the garage itself at one time in the past probably was at a certain elevation above grade based upon all things that you've considered and looked at, right?
Correct.
There's no way to tell today what that condition was in 1935, right?
Correct.
Okay. You'd actually have to put eyes on it or have a survey accessible from that particular date, right?
Correct.
So, furthermore, you also talked about, well, actually, there was pictures that you testified about that showed a wooden sill. Well, first of all, the studs on the wooden sill plate, and then the sill plate sitting on red clay bricks. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And that I believe was on the rearmost wall?
Correct.
Okay. So, in relation to that, is there any reason for you to doubt that was the uniform condition of all walls at one point?
It could be.
Okay. I think you had mentioned that if you push down far enough with that, I'm not sure what it was, but
It's like a screwdriver.
screwdriver, right?
Yeah.
So if you push down far enough into the sill plate, or into what was the rotted sill plate area, that you actually reached something that looked like that red clay brick that was referenced in the picture along the back.
Correct. There was bricks underneath the sill plate. So
Yeah.
originally it was built properly.
Okay. So as we sit here today, no one can say one way or another whether the elevations were deficient in terms of proper construction as built on the day in 1935.
Correct.
Okay. That method of support for that, the support system for the garage, that brick, sill plate, studs, based on your experience out in the field, and I believe you said you've seen different construction relative to garages and homes. Is that an uncommon practice in terms of what you see in terms of the support system, or have you seen it more than once?
No, that's standard. It's stud, sill plate, some type of stone underneath it.
Okay. And you might do it different now, right? But back in the day, if you will, back that far back, that's not uncommon, right?
Correct.
Okay. Let's go to Exhibit 17C, please. Now, I believe, sort of coming away from this exhibit specifically for a moment, we'll get right back to it. I believe that you went through answering a series of questions about how the support system we were just addressing was very visible in the rear of the garage. But
Correct.
not as visible, obviously, on the two sides. Is that
Correct.
right?
Correct.
Is it typical, in your experience out in the field, for a garage slab or the garage floor to drain to the back or to the front?
Typically towards the front.
Okay. In your mind, is that some clue for why we might be seeing more exposed area of the foundation in the back as opposed to the sides? Meaning we can see it elevated, it's higher. Is that some clue to you on why, or some explanation, I should say, for why we see that in the back but not the sides?
Typically, you send everything to the street.
Okay.
However, whether it's cement, dirt, but you try to get everything to the street.
I would assume because you don't want it to settle in the back of the garage because there's nowhere to go, right?
Correct.
Okay. So
Correct.
when you put eyes on the garage,
And I just want to say one thing. Like, I see this a lot. And like you see the elevation, I see that a lot where like a neighbor will, they bring in, they got a water issue, bring in dirt.
Objection.
And
Hang on. Overall, continue.
so whether it's new construction or, say repair, I see when dirt comes in, they pile it up, and then sometimes it's on a neighbor's sill plate. I'm just being honest.
I'm going to sustain that.
Okay.
Next question.
Yeah, that's not this
Okay.
case.
Okay.
well, let's move on to, we only have a couple more questions, all right?
Okay.
So let's move on to some of the testimony on cross-examination about the rotting sill plates, right? So we saw some pictures of, showing the condition on the side that borders the Barber property. And we saw some pictures that he went through sort of in detail about the sill plate condition on the side that borders Ms. Crozier's backyard, right? So you saw both?
Correct.
Okay. Your scope of work that you recommended was correcting the studs, or I should say, taking corrective work to stabilize the south side only. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So by correcting the studs, or I should say, by correcting the support system on the south side only, the garage was no longer in any imminent danger at all, right?
Correct.
You wouldn't have left it in a situation where danger was imminent to Kathleen or her family or anything like that, right?
Correct.
So this temporary fix was more of an emergency versus a permanent fix. Is that fair?
Correct.
When you look at older homes, and it sounds like you have seen several older homes in your experiences, a contractor that does renovation, right?
Correct.
So when you look at older homes, you definitely see the need to repair certain things here and there throughout the home, right?
Yes.
Okay. Isn't there in your opinion, or I should say, I'll strike that question. Isn't there a difference between needing a repair as time and funds allow, and correcting an unsafe condition that's more immediate?
Yes.
Is that the basis for your recommendation here?
That's what this repair was.
And there's a difference between needing a repair on a times and funds allowance basis.
Correct.
And correcting function, right?
Correct. And I explained to Kathleen, this isn't a permanent fix. This is something may last 2 years, may last 5 years, but it's temporary and it's safe.
Okay. And there's first of all, thank you, but second, I'm just going to repeat that question to get it out. So in addition to that difference we just talked about between discretionary repairs and safety, right? There's also a difference between discretionary repairs and lack of function, correcting the need for, or I should say correcting function, right?
Correct.
Is that another basis for your recommendation here?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Doucette, any recross adds to the redirect?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Okay, so I'm interested in this idea of whether the elevation of the rear wall was originally carried through the side walls. Do you understand what I'm talking about? I want to make sure we're on the same page, and we'll dive into it, but that's what I want to talk about. I think there were some questions from Mr. Brower about whether the elevation of the sill plate of the rear wall above grade originally had been carried through the side walls towards the front. Do you remember that series of questions?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to propose to you and see if you agree with me that the raised elevation of the back wall that keeps the wood sill plate off the ground was not carried through the side walls, but instead there's a difference. And the side walls were originally down low, on grade, on a row of bricks. You follow what I'm saying so far?
That's what it looks like in the picture. Yes.
That's what we're going to explore right now. So let's do it a little bit slower for the jury. What we're looking at here is a picture as we walk into her garage from the front. We walk into her garage, the north wall and her backyard are to the left. Her south wall and her backyard for at least 3 feet, and then my client's property is on the right. And we walk all the way to the back, and we look at the back wall and down to our right, and we can see the corner where the south wall and the back wall intersect and meet the floor. Are you with me? So far.
Yes.
Okay, and that's what that picture is showing here. Is that correct to you so far?
Yes.
Okay.
And I don't know why they made it bigger. I don't know if it's higher. I don't know if it's gravel to pitch it back. I don't know why they did that.
Who did?
The original person or contractor who built it back in the day. The garage, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're saying they added gravel, you're talking about whoever most built the garage?
Well, why is it higher in the back? I don't know. Sloping? I don't know. I don't.
Got it. Mr. Levine, I'm not going to ask you why they did what they did in 1935. We can only guess, okay? Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. I just want to see if you, as an expert in garage building, can tell us what exists and how this was originally built based upon what you're seeing. Not why they did it this way, but just what they did. Are we?
Okay.
Okay. All right. That being said, we're looking at the lower right of the rear corner of the garage. And this is, we're going to be looking at pictures F7 and F8. Okay? And as we look in this picture, we can see that blocking the actual intersecting point, we have a small snow blower next to a small Rubbermaid or other brand of plastic tub. You see that?
Yes.
So I would ask if you believe it's a fair estimate that distance that's blocked from view is about
Couple feet, two, three,
maybe 3
two.
feet.
Yep,
Okay.
correct.
And as we zoom in and get closer, we can see a little bit more about the sill plates of the rear wall on the brick, correct?
Correct.
And on the right side, the south wall sill plate, or where it used to be, is down at or below the surface of the floor, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if we look at next picture, this is zooming down in next to that rubber tub that we just saw. So this is a picture of the south wall at where it intersects almost the back wall. Okay, does that look correct to you?
Correct.
And what we see here is that the wood sill plate has been rotted away, and there are red bricks placed down in place of where the wood sill plate used to be. And we can see that the load-bearing stud no longer meets where the sill plate used to be because even itself is also rotted away, correct?
Correct. There's definitely some sinking, some rotting.
Okay. So, as we back out then to,
And I don't know how high the south wall was originally.
and what I'm going to ask you is not how high the south wall was originally in relation to the grade, but I am going to ask if we can tell from this picture, and I believe we can, how high the south wall was relative to the height of the rear wall. The relationship I'm interested right now is the relationship between the rear wall and the right wall or south wall. So as we look at this picture, we can see that the rear wall has a sill plate that is at least 8 inches above the garage floor, correct?
Correct.
And where it intersects with the south wall, we see the south wall, the sill plate would have been, in this picture, at or below the level of the floor, correct?
Lower, correct.
Okay, so when this garage was originally built, the sill plate of the rear wall, for reasons we don't know, was originally at least 8 inches higher than the sill plate of the side walls. Correct?
Looks like that. I don't know.
Based on your experience as a contractor looking at these walls, that's about a difference of about 8 inches?
Yes.
Okay, and this is where the two walls intersect each other?
Correct.
Okay, and so, but we don't know why.
I don't.
Built that way.
I mean, it's probably 100-year-old garage. I don't. Maybe was that all the same? Maybe it was built that way. I don't know.
I think it's like 89 years. You're close.
Let's just
1935 or 34 or something like that is what the auditor's records told us.
Which just goes to show how well they built them back then. It's still standing.
Yeah.
You wouldn't get that today with a garage.
All right, and you would expect a garage like this to have a lifespan of about, I think you said 30 or 40 years?
Unfortunately, it all depends on how it's built. But my experience, I'd rather work on a 100-year-old home than a 20-year-old home.
So in other
They're
words,
they're built
this-
well.
If this garage had sill plates on all 3 sides that were 8 inches off the ground, they might still be here today.
Oh,
Sure.
All right,
I mean, ideally, any structure, the higher you can get it, the better.
just get it off the ground. right?
Get it.
Is that correct? Is that correct? Get it off the ground?
Correct.
Okay. And then
Well, getting back to what we talked about earlier, you never want sill plates
do that.
to be wet or on the ground or touching ground.
Okay. So, okay, Judge, I think I'm done with the screen. Thank you. So, and then you said you want to get the water away from the sill plate. Remember saying that?
Correct. So one, identify the issue, right? We got rot. It's not termites, it's from water. So first thing, let's fix it, what we talked about. And then after it's fixed, like if I just fixed it and left it the way it is, we're gonna be right back where we started from. So on that south wall, my recommendation was let's get a gully or swale all the way to the road.
Well,
That would be, there's your permanent fix.
in fairness, though, I'm not going to go into a whole cross-examination review about swales and gullies because the engineers later come in, we're going to have a conversation about this.
Sure.
But with regard to what you do, which is build garages, and the remedy that you suggested, at least insofar as the 3 feet of Ms. Crozier's own property exists beyond the south wall, that should be sloped down and away from the finished wall of the garage when you're done with your work, correct?
You can't do that currently.
Because you have to lift it up out of the ground.
No, the neighbor's yard is too high.
But if you lift the garage out of the ground and you put a
Oh, we could do that, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could just lift the whole entire garage and,
well, I thought that's what you were describing doing, that if you do the south side, you've got to do the north side, you've got to lift up out of the ground, you've got to put a wood sill plate on, you've got to put a foundation that keeps it above grade level, and then you slope the ground away from around it all the way around. Did I have that part correct?
correct.
Okay.
Yeah, if we're gonna do all that work, we might as well try to do everything.
Okay.
Lift it up, do the elevation changes to get the water out of there.
Okay. And so then on her own property then, whether it's on the north side or the south side, her own ground will no longer be tilted into the garage, it will be sloped away from the garage.
I mean, ideally, go all the way around as best you can, whether it's drainage or whatever. I mean, I just get back to the point where
I got it.
no water, no ground.
Thank you.
Get it away from wood.
I appreciate your time. I really
All right, thank you.
Mr. Lucas, recross-examination.
Just a couple of final questions, not to sound like Lieutenant Colombo, but
Okay.
Mr. Levan, in the recross by Attorney Grauer, he was using the term recommendations in there. But those invoices aren't really recommendations. They're just basically recognizing a product, or excuse me, a condition, and here's what will take to correct those particular issues. Fair statement?
Correct.
So I just want to make clear that you weren't recommending anything per se. You're just saying the lower price invoice was to correct immediate safety issues, and the higher one would be a remediation of the south side of the wall, correct?
Correct. Yeah, like I stated earlier, when someone calls me for an issue, I try to figure out what needs to be done, and then what can we do so it doesn't happen again.
Right.
Again, whether it's, if it was a termite problem, let's fix the wood, and then I don't do termites we have to call someone. So that's just how I work.
It's all based on end-game problem resolution.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Pleasure again.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. You may step down.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Why don't we bring back then Ms. Lewin? You guys want to bring her in here? Yes. That was the last, it was just those two, correct? Sorry? No. Welcome back. Let me remind you, you're still under oath from yesterday. Set whenever you are ready. Stand.
Thank you. May I use the screen again?
Yes.
Morning, Ms. Lewin.
Morning.
Good to see you again. Okay, so when we left off yesterday, just to get my own mind straight and get us back on the same page, we had just finished the discussion about this area that you see in Exhibit C10. Okay, do you remember where we were on that?
Yes. Yes.
And then we watched a couple of videos. And now I'm going to show you what is Exhibit C14, which is the same as we saw in C10, but standing in a different place. Correct?
Yes.
So in this picture, we are standing in the barber's, well, we might be in Mrs. Crozier's backyard. It's hard to tell from here because Mrs. Crozier has the first 3 feet of property coming towards us away from the garage, and then we have the property line, and then begins the barber's block. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
From the topographies that were taken?
Yep.
Okay, so we might be in this picture, maybe standing in Ms. Crozier's property, or maybe we're just on the line, we get over into the barber's property. Does that feel about right from this perspective we're looking at?
Yeah.
Okay. And we're looking across the face, or the front of the garage at Ms. Crozier's house, and these first 4 pads in front of the garage are the pads that you and I were talking about the way the water flows yesterday, you remember?
Yes.
Now, none of us in this case have any information about what the elevations of these pads were when they were first poured, whatever it was that they were poured.
Correct.
Okay. Ideally, you would want some slope towards the street, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But whether they were poured flat or whether they were poured with slope towards the street originally, we don't know.
Correct.
Okay. They might have been poured originally with slope towards the street, or they might have been poured originally rather flat. Either way, could have been. Fair?
Yes.
Okay. And as we saw, as it exists now, there's a crown in the way these pads are sloping sideways across the front of the garage. They're a little bit higher in the center, and then they slope downwards towards both outside edges of the pad in front of the garage. Remember?
Yes.
Okay. And we don't know to what extent there would have been a crown built into the pouring process at the time these pads were originally laid, or whether that crown is the existence of settling or both. We don't know that sitting here today, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we saw in the garage itself, the garage floor, when it was poured with a crown from the center down to the outsides of both sides, correct?
It currently has a crown.
Okay.
We don't know if it was poured like that.
Might have been poured like that, or it might be settling on both sides, or a combination of both, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And there is some amount of slope from the back of the garage towards the front of the garage leading out,
Correct.
and that's how we know that water doesn't travel back up into the garage.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were nodding, so I was
Yes.
thinking-
Yes.
Okay. And nowadays, in current times, if we were to pour a garage floor like this, we would, instead of crowning it to the outside, we would have it slope towards the center and have a floor drain in the center of the garage. Does that sound consistent with current building practices?
In some cases.
Okay. But in nowadays, when we're pouring a driveway, in some cases, we'll have the driveway, rather than crowning to the outside, we'll have the driveway dip down to the center to carry water in the way that the driveway does. Does that sound familiar with current practices?
I don't typically design driveways like that. Not for a residential driveway.
Would you have the driveway typically shed water from the center to the outside?
Typically, when I do residential driveways, I don't put a crown or a slope like that. I typically keep them flat.
Okay. And in this case, these pads that we're talking about, this whole section, it's my understanding that this whole section of driveway that goes from the front of Miss Crozier's garage up to approximately where the house is, and there's a white caulk line. Are you familiar with the white caulk line?
Yes.
All right. But that whole section has been there at least since my clients, the Barbers, built their house beginning in 1985 and 1986. And that from that white caulk line forward, in the some point after 1986, that caulk line forward, as it existed when my clients put their house in, was actually a gravel driveway to the street with railroad ties on the edge of it, holding the gravel. Did you know that?
I have not seen any proof of that.
Okay. And nor do we have pictures of that. We just have the recollection of people who lived there. Okay? So,
Objection.
Sustained, that's stricken.
okay. I want you to assume that the section of driveway from the caulk line, the white caulk line near where the pad meets Miss Crozier's house to the street, I want you to assume, for purposes of our discussion, that had originally being from the mid-'80s, been gravel with railroad ties along the edge of it, on the south side of it, to form the driveway, what I'll call the original driveway.
Same.
Do you understand the assumption?
Same objection.
Approach for a minute. For the record, the objection is withdrawn. Go ahead, Mr. Vincent.
Okay, so basically, kind of brings back to where we were And I just am asking you to assume that originally, this concrete that we're looking at in this picture existed in 1986 when my clients moved in, but I want you to assume that the area north of the White Hawk Line that was in your earlier discussion, down to the street on the Scotia property, was gravel with railroad ties years ago.
Okay.
And then at some point in time, the prior owner, before, not this project, before she bought the house, I want you to assume that the prior owner had their gravel driveway from the house to the street replaced with concrete, which is the concrete you see today, right?
Okay.
So, that being the case, if this concrete pad that we see in this picture, which is C14, you don't know as an engineer how long that concrete has existed, how long ago it was poured.
Correct.
But if we zoom into this picture, we can see in the front of the pad where it meets the front of the garage, immediately below the shed, there's a line that's been eroded into the concrete, pitting divots that have been eroded from water falling from the shed roof above the garage. You see that?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So, and then in your experience as an engineer familiar with the materials like the poured concrete, how long would it take for water dripping from the shed roof above it to cause this visible deterioration that exists today?
Well, that would take quite a few years.
Maybe, would it be fair to say that it's probably many decades?
Yes.
So that we know that the concrete pads, at least to the extent we can determine from your experience, are probably at least several decades old.
Yes.
We just saw with the prior witness, and you weren't here to see it, some pictures of the back wall of the garage, that I'll show you as well, just to get some context. This is the back wall of the garage, and to orient you in space and time as you walk into the garage. It's in the center, at the very back, where the metal jack is that's been inserted to support the roof above.
Okay.
Does that sound familiar to you?
Yeah.
Having been there?
Yes.
Okay. So, in the purpose of the metal jack that's put there to supplement the back wall is, in your experience, to help carry the load of the roof above?
Yes.
To take some of the load off of the back wall?
Yes.
Okay. And in your experience with a garage that's as old as this one is, being 89 years old, is it something that you're familiar seeing that people would use these metal jacks to help support the roof structures?
Yeah.
And so the jury understands this is a metal tube with a pad on the bottom that goes all the way up to the roof, and then there's a screw at the top of it so you can tighten it upwards until it meets the roof and gives you the support you want. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that's simply because with age all wood structures deteriorate and sometimes they need some support.
Yes.
Now as we zoom down into that area, we can see that the back sill plate of the garage is about 8 inches or maybe more above the ground.
Yes.
The system of the construction of the back wall is different than the system of the construction of the side walls.
Yes.
And the difference is that the back wall was constructed on a number of courses of brick in order that the sill plate is raised about 8 inches above grade level.
What it's shown today is, yes, today as it currently is, there are bricks under the sill plate.
Okay. And the wood sill plate that's sitting on those bricks about 8 inches above grade is not rotted away the way we saw the side walls are rotted away.
Correct.
Then as we look at the south wall, this is the wall that south wall that you were talking about with Mr. Grauer yesterday.
Yes.
And you're familiar with the fact that you said that you brought a little shovel with you that day, and you poked around down here along where the siding meets the ground, but you didn't get too deep with it. Did I understand that correctly?
No, the day that I was there, that side was overgrown. I was not able to dig on that side. I dug on the north side.
Okay. You wanted to see how deep the north wall had sunken into the ground?
No, I was looking to see if there was any material under the north wall.
Okay. And what did you find?
I didn't find anything under the north wall.
Okay. And that's the wall that's away from
Correct.
the property line that we're talking about?
Correct.
Now, this is the south wall, and I'll show you. This picture here is a picture of the south wall again, standing in front of the garage. And as a demonstrative aid, it has two red arrows. Okay? And is consistent with your understanding of this situation that the level of the ground on the outside of the south wall and the level of the pad that's inside the garage is such that the level of the pad inside the garage is lower than the ground outside of the garage.
I'm not sure of immediately outside. At the exact location at the wall, I don't know. In general, yes, outside of the garage is higher than inside of the garage.
And that's true all the way around the perimeter of the garage.
I believe so, yes.
That's my belief as well. And that's based upon your review of Mr. Straub's topography.
And the topography from Polaris Engineering, yes. Polaris.
And on the south side, we saw here, you were showing a picture like this. This is exhibit. We're going through the package of exhibit F. We're going to make those 1 through whatever. This is exhibit F2 now. We went through 1, 2, and then F3. So in F3, we see the buckled siding that you talked about. Because the wall is sinking, the siding is buckling.
Yes.
And we saw that again on the north wall. Because the wall is sinking, the siding is buckling.
Yes.
Okay. And this, if we zoom in to the base of this picture, that F4 is just a closer view than F3. Do you see that F3?
Yes.
Now we're going to zoom down and we'll take a close look where that side of the garage door opening meets the ground. You can see that it actually is not resting on any cement. It's not resting on the concrete driveway pad in front of the garage. The frame of the garage door itself is also protruding down past the cement to the dirt level like we saw on the south wall.
Correct.
And you're familiar with this condition because you were there and saw it.
Yes.
So that's because it's not on the concrete, it's allowing it to sink further as it deteriorates.
Yes.
Okay. And that's what's giving us the buckling effect on the siding outside as it's getting caught in this wall, sinks back.
Correct.
And as we look at the south wall, we saw, as with the case with the north wall, there is the rotten sill plate along the length of the wall, and there's red bricks laid in the place where the sill plate used to be, as we see in Exhibit F5.
Yes.
And as we travel down the south wall, in the middle, we see here a metal shelving system standing on the ground, and you can see where there's dirt and water around. Well, evidence of where water used to be there.
Yes.
Okay. And as we zoom in to that, as we walk past that, well, first we can see the metal shelving is tilted down to one side. One of the legs is missing down the right side. See
Yes.
that? All right. And I've got a picture somewhere, but that's because that leg is rusted away to nothingness. Is that consistent with what you said?
Yes.
And as we saw with the conduit on the north side, it took decades to rot away like that.
Yes.
In this case, this metal shelving unit has been standing there exposed to this condition for probably decades as well, to the point that, and that's the time it was necessary to allow this leg to rust away to nothingness like we see here.
The difference between the two items, however, is that the metal conduit for the electric is right at the front of the garage. It's right by the door. So every time that the garage door opens, whether it's raining or snowing, the metal conduit for the electric is exposed to snow. It's exposed to rain when the garage door is open. So it's exposed to a lot more elements. This metal storage shelf is halfway back in the garage. It's behind that joint. And if we looked at a further out picture where we could see where it's placed, where that joint is relative to the whole garage, that,
It's like halfway.
yeah, so it's about halfway. So that shelving unit is not going to be exposed to the same weather as the electric conduit that's right at the front garage door. So that shelving unit is getting hit really only by the water that's coming in from the side of the garage, whereas the conduit is getting hit by water coming in from the garage door. So this is being deteriorated by infiltration from the side of the garage, not by water coming in from the front of the garage.
And we know it's not water coming from the front of the garage as well, because the garage floor is sloped out
Correct.
towards the front, and water doesn't flow uphill as you told us yesterday.
Right.
So the water that we're seeing on the side of the garage is not coming from the puddle in front of the garage.
Correct.
It's coming instead right under the siding on the side of the garage.
Correct. And different types of metal deteriorate at different rates. So the metal that would be used for an electric conduit that would be in an area that's exposed would take longer to deteriorate. So the conduit, and we don't know what type of metal was used for the different types of for the different shelving unit versus the electric conduit. So the electric conduit that's put into place that is known to be exposed to elements might have been, as you said yesterday, a material that is intended to be used in an area that is going to be exposed to the elements. Whereas this is just a standard metal shelving unit. It could be aluminum, it could be stainless steel, it could be something, we don't know what it is. So if this is not intended to be exposed to the elements, and it's put in a place that you see that only the very bottom of it is rusted, whereas that electrical conduit, that was rusted pretty high up. This is only the bottom of it. So only the portion that was exposed to the water is rusted.
Now, with all of that context later, back to the question that I had for you.
Yes.
was, this would take a long time to rust out like this.
Not necessarily.
How long would it take for the shelving to dissolve?
It depends on what type of metal it is. If it is not a metal that is intended to be put in a wet environment, it might not necessarily take a long time to rust.
My question was, how long do you think?
It could rust like that in
You said it
just a
depends
couple
on the
of
metal.
years.
I mean,
It could take just a couple of years. It could rust like that in 2 years. It depends on the type of metal. And we don't know what type of metal that is by looking at this picture.
And as we go past that, and we look down the outside of the garage, we can see the back corner where it meets the rear wall.
Yes.
Okay. And as we zoom in there, we can see it all the way back there. The studs are rutted out.
Yes.
And the sill plate is gone, and the brick's been laid in place where the sill plate used to be, correct?
Yes.
And that's because the sill plate's on ground, we've gone through all the north wall.
Yes.
Okay. And these Exhibit F pictures are simply more and more pictures of, there's the rusted metal shelf.
Yep.
And the rotted sill plate on the south wall, the bricks in it.
quick approach, please.
Yes.
You may continue, Mr. Doucette.
So as we look through the pictures that are marked as exhibit F, and you see things that are stuck under the studs that no longer need to sill plate, the solution for the wall on this side, and you're mindful of the timeliness of this and how long it takes. We spent a lot of time yesterday talking about the north wall and how that north wall would be repaired by raising it, and sistering the studs, and putting a sill plate in that's on a foundation that's 8 inches above ground, and grading away from the structure to keep puddles and whatnot away from the structure as we go forward in time, correct?
Yes.
The same repairs need to be made on this south wall as we discussed about yesterday.
Yes.
Okay. And the effect of those repairs, the results of those repairs, the south wall, north wall, would be the same on the south side.
Yes.
Back corner that we looked at here. This is the back corner of the south wall that meets the rear wall of the garage, correct?
Yes.
And you saw that that's rotted away. You are familiar with the fact that for a number of years, Ms. Crozier had gutter just above this area on that corner of the garage that was open and draining water out into the yard immediately adjacent to that corner that we just saw, correct?
Yes.
So with her gutter being uncapped like this, instead of directing water to the north, like you saw in the pictures you talked about, instead the gutter was open and allowed water to pour out into the south corner, south side of the garage like this, that water would also contribute to the deterioration that we saw in the pictures.
It could have, yes.
Could we say it probably contributed to it? Or did that be
It probably would have contributed to it. Yes.
So there were some videos. This is just a video of the same thing. Can you see how fast the water is pouring out of this video? This is these are exhibit G 2 and 3 are the two videos we looked at. Did you see the water pouring out of that?
Yes.
And another video from the side view. And you can see from this video, by the way, kind of a view along the back of her garage. And you can see here that on the other side of this gutter, there's not yet the downspout system that you saw in the pictures you talked about after she fixed it, correct?
Yes.
So in this situation, for however long the garage has been like this, it has drained water off this corner of the garage that has been collected by the gutter from the roof.
Yes. However, if it was just that amount of water with all the vegetation and with water being able to infiltrate into the ground, if that was all of the water that was going to her garage, it would not have caused the level of damage that is seen in that garage.
I didn't suggest that it was all of the water going to the garage, Ms. Lehman. I'm trying to be mindful of our time. We will have an opportunity to talk about other water going towards this area. But at the very least, this is water going to the
Yes,
side of the
that
garage.
water is going to the side of her garage.
And it's rotting away the way it contributed to it.
Yes. And it has been fixed.
It has been fixed,
Yes.
but the wood was already rotted. There.
Yes.
And we have the topographical survey, like is described, which is exhibit H. And as we zoom into H1, which is a little closer up, now we have the opportunity to talk about other water going towards this corner of the garage. Now, as we look at this picture, we can see, and again, the arrows are the result of a summary of a scattering of thousands of points of the topographical survey, and it just simply shows a summary of slope that gives us a general understanding of the directions that water flow.
Yes.
And that's all from yesterday. So
Yep.
Okay, so I don't want to do that all again. Here we can see that to this southeast corner of Miss Grocer's garage, where we saw the water pouring out of the gutter, we also have the neighbor to her rear sloping into that corner from the neighbor's rear property into Miss Grocer's property to that same area.
Yes.
And in a fully saturated condition, when we have surface flowing across the land, as we talked about, the neighbor's water from their backyard is flowing into the back and the corner of Miss Grocer's garage in the area where the river is running.
Yes, it flows towards the back corner of her garage.
Okay, and then once the water from the neighbor's rear yard and from Miss Crozier's gutter pours to this area, I want to talk about where it goes from here. So if we look up from the corner of Miss Crozier's garage to the southeast until we reach the corner of Miss Crozier's garage at the northeast corner has an elevation, the ground immediately outside the northeast corner of the garage has an elevation of 694.2, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then, if we go into the neighbor's backyard to the nearest point, we see 694.3, correct?
Correct.
All right. And if we go back down to the corner of Miss Crozier's garage that we saw in the picture, right away on the south side where the gutter is going out, that's at 694 even.
Correct.
And then as we travel along the side of Miss Crozier's garage, by the time we get to the middle of her garage, which was where that metal shelving unit that was rusted away is located, we still have 694, correct?
Correct.
So this is a flat spot, correct?
Yes.
So in your experience then on surface flow, the surface flow coming from the 694.2 down the side of the garage, from the neighbor's rear yard, once it gets to the rear corner of the garage where the gutter's pouring water out as well, that's a flat area where the water kind of stalls before it continues on its journey. Is that a fair way to describe it?
Honestly, it probably just sits there.
Okay, and just sitting there, it's got nowhere to go but to soak into
The ground probably, and yes, probably the silt plate at some point, but it probably just soaks into the ground and
well, if the ground
just
isn't
sits there.
saturated, I agree with you. If the ground isn't saturated, all of the water that lands on the ground next to her garage will soak into the ground, correct?
Yeah.
And all of the water that lands in her backyard will soak into the ground, correct?
Yes.
And all the water that lands in the neighbor's backyard behind her will soak into the ground, correct?
Yes.
And all the water that lands on Miss Barber's mulched flower beds will soak into the ground, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, and all the water that lands on Miss Crozier's turf grass will soak into the ground, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then all the water that lands on the concrete patio that is directed to the back of the patio by the slope of the patio, and then goes into the gravel bed that is surrounding the entire patio as a water control feature. The water will go into there, where it then soaks into the ground or into the surrounding turf, so long as the ground isn't fully saturated, correct?
Correct, but what I'm saying is that even when the ground is fully saturated,
Okay.
in a situation like this, you would most likely end up with a puddle at that back corner, and you would probably end up with standing water at that back corner.
Okay. So now we're back to the situation where it's rained for a day or two, or we've had a big rain on one day, or something happened so that the ground got saturated, the surface flow is starting to occur, it's no longer soaking into the ground. At the southeast side of Ms. Crozier's garage on their own property. The neighbors from behind her and her own gutter have put water there. That's all collected. It's just standing there as water you could likely see if you were to just look at it.
Yeah.
And there's nowhere for that water to go other than to start percolating under the siding into the sill plate and on that. Correct?
It would go towards the front of the garage. That's the low point.
We'll start moving there next.
Right.
But as it stalls here, it's definitely getting into that sill plate to some degree at this point.
It might be getting into that sill plate, yes.
Well, it might,
Well, the
we usually
693.58 is the low point, so that's where it would go first. It would go first towards that 693.58 at the front of the garage. 693.58 is lower than 693.66.
Right.
So it would go towards that first.
So the existing structure, the floor of the garage.
Is 693.66.
Yeah. And
We don't know if that's the center of the crown or the edge.
Either way, we do know that the pad, the garage pad was poured, as we talked about yesterday, to the edge of the sill plate, so that the garage pad and the top of the sill plate are essentially the same elevation. Is that what you mean? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So the top of the sill plate is essentially 93.6. You're saying the elevation?
693.66 is the finished floor of the garage. We don't know if that's the crown or the edge. However, that's 693.58 at the front of the garage, and the 693.6 that is just below that front corner of the garage,
I will get there. Let me.
those are lower than the finished floor. So the water would go along the side of the garage and up to that corner before it would go into the garage, because those are lower than that.
Thank you, because you kind of saved me some time then. The water that ends up back here flows along the side of the garage, stalling a little bit here, making puddles, as you said, but eventually making its way forward towards the street, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And once it reaches here, then we're past the side of the garage again, and then it puddles here. So it's this water along the south side of the garage, whatever water, and I understand you're saying water also comes there from the barber's property and from the rear neighbor's property, and for a period of time, years, for gutter. But the water along the south side of that garage, before it reaches the puddle that you showed in the pictures, the water on the south side of the garage is the water that rotted that way. Correct?
That is some of the water that rotted that wood, and also just the fact that the wood is touching the ground, and the age of the wood is what rotted that wood.
Thank you. You might have saved these 4 questions right there, so I appreciate it. And in this topographical survey, if we zoom out a little bit, we do find that, and as you described yesterday, there's a puddle that formed here at the corner of her garage. And we talked about the water coming from across the front of her garage on her driveway. We talked about the neighbor's water over there and the barber's water from the edging in the flower bed. And then once it reaches here, it kind of stalls again in front of the garage, but then does slowly make its way down towards the street based upon the numbers that we see in the elevations in all the surveys.
Yes.
Okay. So if we wait a day or two, that puddle just eventually does dissipate either by going down into the ground or by traveling up towards the street.
Yes.
Okay. And I think that's consistent with the experiences of the parties, but that's what you would expect them to be saying based upon the elevations you see in this.
Yes.
So look at Exhibit I. Exhibit I is the paper patio that had been there before the stamped concrete patio. Have you seen this picture before?
I have not, no.
Have you seen pictures of the patio that was there?
Yes.
Okay. And this is consistent with the pictures you saw?
Yes.
Okay. And so that you understand, these are paper bricks that are set on top of some kind of a gravel base,
Yes.
okay? And then there's river stones around the outside of the patio, and then when you drop down from the river stones, you've got turf and grass, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then here that paver patio, and these are family photos from years ago. Okay, these in particular, I-1 and I-2 are just very old historical family pictures, many years old, before 2019 when the stamp patio went in. You understand?
Yes.
Nobody thought to be taking pictures of the brick patio, so these pictures have family members in them.
Yes.
Okay, so I just wanted an explanation so you can understand why we got
Yep.
religious history. And you can see that it was used for as a patio. And then now we have a picture of where the brick paver patio has been replaced and the stamped concrete patio has been put in its place.
Yes.
And you're familiar with this. Now we're into I-3 and I-4.
Yes.
And you can see here where the yard, without the patio and without the flower beds, if it was one big square grass yard, it would have sloped, the natural topography of the yard would have sloped from where I'm standing in this picture, taking the picture down directly towards the side of Ms. Crozier's garage.
Yes.
Okay. But as a result of the landscape flower beds that went in, and I believe the testimony would be, and I want you to assume that they originally went in, I think in the mid-90s,
Okay.
and the mulching on there, your belief is that once the ground is fully saturated, the surface flow effect is that the beds will steer the water forward into the barber's yard rather than directly back. And we'll get to when it does move back. But originally we started from a grass turf conceptually. I don't know that it ever was all grass turf, but let's assume it's a big grass turf that all goes from south to north towards the garage. But as a result of these landscape flower beds now, it's fully saturated. The water first travels from east to west, meaning from right to left, before it begins its journey north towards the garage.
One of the misconceptions, you keep using the word fully saturated, and the ground doesn't need to be fully saturated for water to run off of it. And the water runs off of this, particularly the patio. Water runs off of the patio regardless. Water runs off of the turf, and water runs off of the landscaped area, the mulch, regardless of whether the ground is fully saturated or not. It runs off at different rates. So the mulched area, the water runs off of that, and it runs to Miss Crozier's yard and to her garage, whether the ground is fully saturated or not. So water is always running off into Miss Crozier's garage, whether the ground is fully saturated or not, every time it rains.
So what I want to ask you then is what words we should be using, because I thought we did this. And
I apologize. I should have corrected you yesterday.
No, today. And forgive me, I don't want to take extra time unless we need to, but I remember when we were talking about the water that was coming out of her gutter, landing on the ground next to her garage. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Remember when you told me it doesn't go anywhere, it just sinks right into the ground?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we saw that water pouring off the back of that gutter. It was significant,
Yes.
correct? And you told me that even that significant flow of water that's been consolidated from the roof and dumped off onto the ground there is just going to soak into the ground. Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes.
Okay. So I said, well, then it reaches a point that I'm calling saturation, at which point we see puddles. And
Correct.
so
When the ground is fully saturated, that's when you will start seeing puddles.
okay. So that's all I'm talking about here. So here, let's talk about landscaping beds now.
Approach for a second, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch at this time. I want to remind you of the warning that I gave you yesterday. Don't talk about the case with each other, with anyone else. Please don't let anyone talk about it with you when it's present. No investigating involved.
All rise.
I'm going to switch gears now, and I want to just provide some context for our discussion so that we can be on the same page. I want to talk about your swale design.
Okay.
So, can I ask the court may have access to the screen? Thank you. So, this is the engineering design that you created yourself as the proposed solution to the issues that you've been talking about for Mr. Brown in this case.
This is a conceptual design, yes.
Okay. And this is the only design, I guess conceptual design or otherwise, from you that I've seen produced to me in this case. Is this the only one?
This was the only conceptual design that was prepared formally, yes.
Okay. And is this image that we see here that's been marked as Exhibit K1 something that you drew, so to speak?
Yes.
Okay, and you used probably a computer software of some kind to create it?
AutoCAD. Civil 3D is the version of AutoCAD, yes.
Okay, and so we might take it then that AutoCAD is a computer tool that you used to draw this.
Yes.
And as we look at this from an aerial view, I guess, we're looking down at the property from up in the sky somewhere.
Yes.
That's how it's pointed.
Yes.
So it all looks flat.
Yes.
Okay. To understand that what you're intending is not flat, we would look at the numbers, the elevations that you've put on this drawing at various points, and then the lines and shaded areas that you've created to show where those numbers apply.
The contour lines and the point elevations, yes.
So as we zoom in, for example here, we have elevation numbers, and then we have the contour lines around the perimeter, and then here in the center, we've got water flowing. I think that's what these pretty arrows are.
Yes.
Okay. And then once it reaches the end, it goes into the drain that we talked about a little bit, that you talked about briefly with John.
Yes.
Okay. So, as I understand it, this is an aerial view of something that you call, I think you, in regular, everyday terms, you call it a ditch.
A swale or a ditch, yes.
Okay, and so this is a ditch that is cut into the ground, carved into the ground in a shape that collects the water from the areas you showed in that topography with Mr. Grauer, and then it flows down through this ditch. It gets deeper as it goes until we reach the drain at the front of it, which is towards kind of by the porch at the front of my friend's house.
Correct.
So, in order to help me understand what the shape of this was going to look like, I asked Max Caldwell to design, or not to design it, but to draw a side view or a cross-section of your ditch that he prepared and you've had a chance to see as well.
Yes.
Okay. And we've, what I have here is, as Exhibit K2 is a collection of your swale design on the bottom, which is an aerial view, and then the cross-section of your swale design is the top half in red. And you've had a chance to review this.
Yes.
And we've all agreed as counsel in this case that these are accurate and admissible. And so this does show the percentages of slopes and the distances for the cross-section of the swale that you designed at the point that's shown on this document.
Correct.
Okay. And so we'll come back to that in a minute. But before we move on to the next picture, shape of your design for this ditch is, we can see that on the left side is the top of the Crozier's driveway, a flat line. It goes to the point where it says edge of driveway, and there's an arrow pointing to the edge of the driveway there, correct?
Yes.
So from the edge of Ms. Crozier's concrete driveway, the ditch begins to slope down at a 42.8% slope in this cross-section until it hits the bottom of your ditch, correct?
Yes.
Then it travels across.
Would you say yes?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
And then it travels across 1 foot, correct?
Yes.
And then it travels up a 63% slope until it meets the current point of the barber's yard on the right side, correct?
Correct.
So from the top, from the edge of Ms. Crozier's cement driveway, it slopes down to about 2 feet 4 inches, across a foot, and then up a foot and 10 inches out.
Yes.
So and the idea here is that this will encourage water to flow through this in a contained way
Correct.
from the back of my client's house, so where it showed the swale beginning, back towards the garage, through the side yard up until it meets the drain. The water that's flowing through there is going to be contained just like a ditch was within this shape that you created in the ground.
Yes.
And then when it reaches the drain, at the end, what you see porch here, the water then goes down into that drain, correct?
Yes.
And this drain, you have as you show a grating on top. Is that to keep leaves and sticks from going inside the drain?
The type of drain was not specified. This is just a conceptual design, so there's no really specific details.
Okay, let's talk about the details that I can see on the drawing you provided.
Okay.
You provided to me.
Yep.
Because it's the only design I have.
Right, it's a conceptual design. It is not specifically detailed out.
To the extent it does show details, does this show a mouth of a drain that goes down inside into the ground?
It shows that there is an inlet that will collect water, and that's all it shows.
Is that, I use the word drain. Is that not,
Yeah,
is
it's
that
a
not-
drain.
Okay, so a drain is the same as an inlet.
Yes.
Class 1.
Yeah.
Okay. And again, if I'm using the word wrong, tell me. So
Right. What it doesn't show is what type of grate is on top of that inlet.
You would envision a grate on top of it.
Yes, yeah.
When I saw this cross hatching here on this, it made me think about a grate. Is this cross hatching just a shading?
Yeah, it's just shading.
So even though I just had thought that meant grate, in reality, you would have to put a grate there.
Yes,
To keep leaves and sticks from
Yes.
going in the drain.
yes.
Otherwise, it could be plugged.
What type of grate hasn't been, that's not indicated.
Whatever the grate is, the purpose of it would be to keep leaves and
Yes.
sticks from going. Because if that drain got clogged, then this swale would fill with water.
Right,
Okay. And if this swale filled with water, this ditch, it starts at the edge of this Crozier's driveway, would start filling up with water.
correct.
Okay. And that would run the length of the side of the house along the driveway.
Correct.
And then, so, we'll call for conceptually some kind of a drain here with a gray wall.
Yes,
Okay, and then your concept shown here is that it would have is this a 6-inch pipe that you're envisioning?
yes,
Your concept leading from this drain at the bottom of the swale underneath the ground now,
yes,
over to meet the pipe into the yard drain that's next to the front porch in this concept that you come up with.
correct.
Now, so this point in the concept process, this design doesn't show us what would be underneath the ditch until we get to additional ideas about, well, let me try to find a more simple way to do this. So at this point in the concept, the drain itself leads to the existing yard drain, and we meet up with it underground somewhere.
Correct,
Okay, it's not intended to flow over the top of the ground to get in that yard drain.
correct.
You put a T in down on the ground somewhere so it connect the other.
Yes.
And so this swale system that you designed, the concept of it is to collect any water that sheds from my client's backyard, whether it's from the patio or the grass or the flower beds or any of it, into this swale system to head towards that drain ultimately,
Correct.
as well as any water that collects along the side of Ms. Crozier's garage from the neighbors behind her that might make it solely across, as we described, till it gets to the front and puddles in front of the garage. That water will also now be directed into this swale.
Any water that already flows down the side driveway between the two properties would be collected in that swale.
And some of that water would include the
Correct.
water from the neighbors behind Mrs. Crozier
Correct.
that would now be directed into the swale that
Yes.
leads into the drain
Yes.
on my client's property.
Correct.
And then any water from Ms. Crozier's area of her garage on the other side by her backyard, where we saw that puddle developing and then water traveling across the front of the garage to the south side to join the water that has come from the neighbors behind and from the barbers. That water from the north part of Ms. Crozier's garage head will also then be collected into the swale that leads down to the drain near my client's front porch as well.
If any of that water is crossing over the middle part of her driveway, then yes.
And we saw the video where, in certain circumstances, it is.
In those circumstances, yes.
And then that water from her driveway on the north side of the head would be collected and funneled through this swale to the drain by my client's front door.
Yes.
And then exhibit K14. This is the area where your swale is going to come to an end towards the front and be at its deepest point, correct?
Just to the left of that, that is the existing yard drain. It would just be to the left of that, yeah.
Be over here.
Just outside the range of this picture, but in general,
Okay. Then, that might help us situate. I just want to make sure we know what we're looking at. If we look at this picture, is this a better overview of where the swale's going?
yes.
Okay. So now with this picture, we can see that your swale would be installed between the edge of Ms. Crozier's driveway and then would extend down at a 42.86 slope, at least at that one cross-section area we took, and across and back up to the barber's yard level. And this total here, that it would go across towards the barber's house from the edge of the driveway would be over 5 feet.
Yeah.
It's across the top to top. So looking back again at the overview from the house, the swale that you designed, the ditch would be cut leading down at a downward angle. Try not to touch the mouse this time when the lady pops out of this picture. I really need, I guess, somebody to help me with this, like John said, but
Just please don't.
I'm sorry. Forgive my embarrassment. It would extend downward into the ground and across and back up, a total of 5 feet. How far does that bring that close to it? How much distance are we working with between the edge of the driveway and the edge of the foundation of the driver's house?
In the conceptual design that I put together, I made sure to avoid any of the landscaping in the barber's side yard. So if you look at the conceptual swale design, I didn't touch any of the landscaping.
But again, the question was, and we'll talk about that.
I would have to look at the plan view to give you an exact dimension, because I don't know that off the top of my head. But in the conceptual design, it didn't touch the barber's landscaping because I knew their landscaping was important to them. But in keeping the swale completely within their property and avoiding their landscaping, it avoided the grading started. You can see where their landscaping bed ends. It's difficult to see on the big screen because of the shadows, but where their landscaping ends, their landscaping bed ends, that's where the grading would end. And it would be between their landscaping bed and Ms. Crozier's driveway. But the swale bottom would be,
I'd rather
sorry,
witness use the pointer than
sorry,
the attorney.
yes. So there is, right there is the edge of the landscaping bed. There's a mulch edge right there. The swale, the bottom of the swale is fully within the barber's property. But the grading ends at the edge of their mulch bed. So their landscaping wasn't impacted. That's why the slopes are so steep. They could be shallower, but I didn't want to impact their landscaping.
Okay, and so, now I understand. So the ditch will fill the area from the edge of the concrete driveway to the edge of the flower bed.
Correct.
And then as we look at this picture, can you point at, I think it's where my mouse is, but can you point where the drain would be?
Right about there, just behind the brick by this light green hosta.
And then to the right of that, there's a gutter coming down?
Yeah, there's that gutter right there.
So if I look at a close-up, I'm going to pop ahead a little bit, see if I can find it. We're looking at a close-up of a picture of the gutter before we needed some context to it. K14 and 15, please forgive me, we got out of order to show that context. Okay. So now we're back to this picture. This is K14. And now that we have the context, if we zoom in here, this is the yard drain that we've been talking about, correct?
That's the existing yard drain, yes.
Okay. And somewhere down in the ground, your swale design meets that yard drain.
The new yard drain that I proposed would tie into that yard drain, yes.
Okay. And you understand that that yard drain it's it's now your understanding. I understand that at the time of your conceptual drawing, you might not have known this, but now you know that that yard drain is a perforated pipe that extends down into the ground, into the gravel that's around my client's house.
Yes, now I understand that at the time of my conceptual design, I did not.
So the conceptual design is presented in this case, on this drawing anyway, would anticipate all the water from my client's backyard, from the neighbor behind Ms. Crozier's backyard to the extent it reaches the garage, and from the north part of Ms. Crozier's garage pad to the extent it comes over, to then travel down through the side yard and ditch and be moved into the gravel bed that is the foundation, the gravel around the foundation of my client's house. And from there, it would percolate through the gravel into the drain tile for my client's basement and out into the storm sewer of the street.
At the time of the conceptual design, I did not know it went to the foundation drains of the house. At the time of the conceptual design, the assumption was that this drain connected to the storm sewers in the street.
Okay. And you do know that the city of Willoughby has an ordinance that does not want, like downspouts, for example, for yard water to be drained directly into the storm sewers. Are you familiar with that ordinance?
I was not familiar with the ordinance. This was a conceptual design. It was not fully engineered, nor was it permitted. It was not a complete construction design. It was conceptual.
And then, if I understood correctly, you talked to John about the idea of cutting about 3 feet down below the ditch and filling the area below the ditch with gravel and perforated pipes and other things to try to absorb some water down there to lessen the amount of water that ends up flowing into this drain here. Did I?
Yes, that
Just
would.
want to note an objection.
I want to ask her now.
Sustain. Ask your next question, please.
Okay. Let me ask you, do I phrase this correctly or understand this correctly, that your mitigation discussion with John Brower about cutting 3 feet down below the level of this ditch and backfilling that area with gravels or other substances was intended to help the ditch itself absorb water as the water is traveling down through it? Did I understand that correctly?
I just want to note an objection.
Sustain. All you got to say is objection.
Okay, so
Please ask a question.
I will. We'll go through it. Probably better.
I'm sorry?
Yes, Judge. Page 6. K2. My understanding is we look at K2, the bottom half of this is your aerial view of your soil design, correct?
Correct.
And then the ditch that runs there, we now understand would have water going into the gravel foundation of my client's house, correct?
Correct.
So is it my understanding that in direct examination with Mr. Brower, did you present ideas to lessen the amount of water that could flow into that inlet at the end of the swale, my client's foundation?
Yes.
Okay. And did I understand correctly that the concepts you discussed with Mr. Brower to try to lessen the amount of water that enters the gravel next to my client's basement were to undercut your ditch further than what's shown in this diagram?
Objection.
Sustained.
How does the concept that you described try to lessen the amount of water going into the drain of my client's house?
In order to reduce the amount of water that would be flowing into the existing yard drain that's in the yard. The way that we would do that would be to remove the proposed new yard drain. So we would eliminate that new yard drain altogether. We would do an engineered fill, which would mean it would be similar to what's called a French drain, or a infiltration trench is another way to say it. It's still a swale. But what it is we would remove a deeper section of the existing soil. I don't know the exact depth because we would have to do engineering calculations in order to figure that out. But we would remove a deeper section of the soil. We would put in a large gravel, the size of 1 inch, 2 inch, 3 inch size gravel. Then at some point we would put in a perforated pipe. Possibly, we might not need a perforated pipe. It depends on what the soils are like out there. And then we would put in more gravel. And then we would put in a garden fabric, the kind that you use as like a weed barrier, kind of something like that in your garden. And then we would put soil on top of that. And in that topsoil, you would plant sod or you could plant flowers. But to keep with the aesthetic of that side yard already, they could plant sod or seed, just grass seed. And then that would be the swale. And then as the water flowed through that, the water would go through that grass. It would go through the weed fabric, the weed barrier. It would be able to be stored in the space in between that large gravel. And in large enough storm events, which are pretty big rainfalls, any water that wasn't able to infiltrate into the ground or wasn't able to be stored in the gravel would go into the perforated pipe if we needed to include one, and that minimal amount of water would be collected and go into the drain that would then go into the existing yard drain.
And that existing yard drain is the one that goes to the corner of my client's basement.
Correct. And we don't know how much water that would be, engineering calculations, and until numbers are run, we don't even know if that is even necessary, because it really all depends on how much water is draining to that area and what types of soils are out there and how fast the water is able to infiltrate into the ground.
So if I understand that description that you gave me, I'm envisioning there would still be a ditch, but instead of the ditch just being grass, the ditch would have other plants that are water-absorbing plants, and below the level of the ditch, there would be other soils placed that would try to take water down there too. Is that a basic understanding of what you were describing?
It wouldn't necessarily be other plants. That would be up to the barbers and what they would want to plant in there. It could be all grass. It doesn't necessarily need to be any other plants. They can plant just grass or they can plant other plants, but there's no reason that it can't be just grass. And the gravel below it, it would be below the grass would be gravel, but you would have 6 inches of topsoil, so they wouldn't see the gravel at all.
Okay, so as I stood there and looked at it, I would still see the ditch as was originally conceived, except that what I wouldn't see is that beneath that there's these other things.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
If I draw your attention to, this is exhibit A11. A7. This is another, now we're standing on the other side of the swale looking out towards the street.
Yes.
Okay, this was, in this area to the left of the car would begin the ditch area, and it would extend out basically as far as we see the snow going until it meets the front of the houses.
Yes.
And then this is another picture of a car parked on Ms. Crozier's driveway. This is day 8. And here, this area between the edge of her driveway and the barber's landscaping would be where the swale goes, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then, this is another picture. This is K11. This is showing the area where the swale that you've envisioned is going to go, and the swale would go between the edge of Ms. Crozier's driveway and the barber's house, correct?
Yes.
And in this picture, where we see the tire tracks in the snow, somebody would have driven off the edge of the driveway into the swale, and we would hope that if the swale was there, we would avoid doing that. Is that fair?
Objection. Sustain.
Is the area where the tire tracks have drifted off the driveway into the grass, is that the area where the swale is going?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next picture is another picture looking out towards the street. In this picture, am I right in thinking that perspective is we're standing in the swale, looking out towards the street, and we can see the tire tracks? That's the area where the swale will go?
Yes.
This is a picture, K13. In this picture, we're standing, I believe the perspective is we're standing towards the beginning of the swale, in back of the property looking out towards the street, correct?
Yes.
And the leaves that are in this picture would be leaves that if the swale were there, they would be in the swale. Correct?
Yes.
And if those leaves were washed in the swale by heavy water, and they would plug the drain into the swale, and the swale would fill.
Objection.
Sustain.
That's all I have for you. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Lucas,
You can turn the screen off. Thank you, Judge.
No questions, Your Honor.
redirect examination, Mr. Grauer.
Brief, thank you, Your Honor.
Sorry? Oh.
Gail, thank you again for your time. Let's try to move quickly. Let's move to Exhibit 15, please.
You want?
Oh, the screen, please. Thank you. Gail, you were just cross-examined quite a bit about your swale design. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I want to draw your attention to where the Crozier garage is located on this particular document. So do you see underneath that a horizontal line going horizontally across the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Can you trace it all the way to where the street is?
I'm going to try to keep a steady hand.
Okay.
You can see this PL right there. There. On this lower one.
Thank you.
There.
So there were a series of questions about 3 feet. I think 3 feet was thrown out a few times in relation to the distance between the Crozier garage and the property line. My question to you is, does that 3 feet extend, does that 3 feet of room on Crozier property extend universally all the way from where the garage, we'll say, starts to the rear of the Crozier property all the way to the street?
Can you zoom in on the lower
Sure.
one? So the 3 feet that I have indicated on here, the 3 feet that I have shown is actually from the edge of the driveway to the edge of the swale. I'm not sure of the exact distance. Here's the edge of the garage, and here's the edge of the property line. It looks to be about 3 feet, but I'm not sure the exact distance.
Okay.
But regardless, you can see that, so the driveway is this hatched area, this shaded area up here. That is, it's just the shaded area up here, that's the driveway. And this property line goes straight The driveway gets closer and closer to the property line, so by the time we get down here, we've only got about a foot between the edge of the driveway and the property line.
Based upon the design of the swale as it stands right now, the one on the screen, would you be able to place that exclusively on the Crozier property in a way that would drain the water as you're recommending?
No.
Okay. In the current form of the design it is right now, you had referenced the ability to make it a little deeper and not outlet exactly the same way. Is that right? So, strike that question. You had talked about, you were consistent in talking about a swale throughout your testimony.
Yes.
Okay. You had, later in the testimony upon cross-examination, talked about a swale that would go deeper and would outlet slightly differently. Is that right?
The bottom elevation doesn't change. What changes is the type of construction of the swale.
So let's start with this question. If you were looking at it from the street, how would it look? Would it look different at all in terms of this design we're seeing on the screen or the one that has the gravel underneath it? Would those two designs look different if you were staring at them from the street?
The only difference would be that the this design versus the other design would be that this one has a yard drain at the end and the other one wouldn't have a yard drain at the end. Otherwise, they would look the same.
Okay. So from the naked eye from the street, there wouldn't be any noticeable difference outside of, you said that there's a drain versus no drain?
Correct.
Okay. So outside of that little circle area right there, the rest of it would be identical as between, we'll say, option 1 on the screen and option 2 that has gravel underneath.
Correct.
Okay. In terms of looking straight down at it, instead of looking, we'll say, more of the horizontal perspective from the street, if you're standing over it looking straight down, what would the difference in appearance be?
There isn't one.
Okay. So is it, taking all that into account, is it fair to say that although the swales function differently, the appearance of the swale from the naked eye, whether you're looking down or you're looking at it horizontally, is the same?
Correct.
And is it also fair to say that the horizontal length of it and the width of it, the same?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So it's really what's underneath the ground.
Correct.
Okay. Let's go to 17C, please. So there were questions put to you about siding. Do you recall some of those?
Yes.
Okay. Some of those questions that regarded the siding located on the Crozier, or that bordered the Crozier backyard versus the one that bordered the Barber backyard. Do you
Yes.
recall that? Okay. I think you testified that the siding on the north side, which is the Crozier side of the garage, contacting moisture on the ground may have been a cause of the bottom layer we saw pull away.
Yes.
Is that right? Is there any other potential cause that maybe you weren't asked about?
You mean that the one piece that was being pulled away?
Yeah. Is there any other potential cause that perhaps you weren't asked about during your cross-examination?
I mean, that one piece that was dislodged could have been pulled off by an animal, by yard maintenance, one piece being pulled off could have been pulled off by any number of things.
What about the orientation of the garage that we're looking at right here? Does that bring to mind anything?
So the issue with the garage in this picture, this side is, if you look at this side is vertical. This side is pretty darn close to plumb. If you look back on this side, though, you see how you can see the back wall, and this is, it's not really, it's kind of difficult to see in this picture because, yes, angles of pictures matter. But if you look at this picture really closely, you can see that actually, if you can take the picture and you can move it all the way over to the edge. So this line is lined up. Nope, move it that way. So this line is lined up with this edge of the screen. You see how that's vertical? Okay, that's pretty darn vertical. Now if we look at this side is leaning. Are we able to move it all the way over? That side is leaning in. That's further from that side than that side is.
How does
This-
that, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry.
This is the side, this is the south side that's having all the issues. This is the side that had the more damage. This is the side that needed to be repaired. This is the side that was leaning in. That vertical lean is what's indicative of the issues in the garage and why it needed to be repaired.
Drawing your attention all the way back to the original question in regards to the siding, are you citing that as having some effect, citing that lean as having some effect on the siding?
That's why this siding at the bottom is more, I mean, this side, this part of the garage was more damaged. It's just this side of the garage. The siding on the other side, that was sinking. That was getting scrunched because that was sinking in. The whole garage is, for a garage of this age, it's in fair condition for a garage of this age. The garage is almost 100 years old. It's in the condition that I would expect it to be in. The sill plates are deteriorating because they are in contact with the ground. That is just the reality of a garage that is almost 100 years old. But the lean of this garage, the crumpling of the siding here, the lean of the posts, the lean of this wall, seeing the crumpling, that's because of the additional deterioration of the walls on that side.
Can we please go to Exhibit 13, specifically page 7? You might recall during I think you recall during your testimony on direct and some on cross, talking about various studs on the north side, so the one bordering the Crozier property, correct?
Yes.
Now, as we scroll down to the bottom of the page, this is the third picture down, that's actually your picture, right?
Yes.
The one that you testified about on cross is actually your picture.
Yes.
So is it fair to say you weren't ignoring that there was damage
Correct.
on the north side, right?
Yeah.
And I believe you also took a photo of the stud, which is stabilized by the brick. I think that's the second one down on the page, right?
Yeah.
So that was your picture, too,
Yes.
right? So you weren't ignoring the fact that the north side had deterioration issues based on age and otherwise,
Yes.
right? Well, in your understanding, is there a difference between the issues you see on is there a difference in immediacy to address the issues on the north side of the garage versus the south side of the garage, just based on what you saw?
At the time of my examination, the repairs had already been made on the south side of the garage. So I can't speak to what they looked like prior to the repairs being made. However, based on the pictures that I have seen of what it looked like prior to the repairs, and based on what I saw of the north face at the time of my examination, the north face of the garage did not look like it was in immediate danger of failing. It was still stable, it was still standing, it was not leaning. I did not see any immediate need for immediate repairs. There was not a life safety issue with the condition of the garage. If I had been examining the garage for a general conditions report, then yes, I would have included in the report that there were repairs that were needed. But as a life safety conditions, those types of repairs were not needed at the time of my examination.
So is it a fair characterization of your testimony that there's a difference between a need to repair on a timing and cost basis and an immediately dangerous condition that needs to be addressed?
Yes.
Let's go to Exhibit 14, Appendix B. Which I think is I think as these are scrolling past until we get to Exhibit B, I think you remember testifying on cross-examination to a fair amount of these photographs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry for the delay, Gil. So this, you were questioned about this existing structure, which says, it says finished floor, or FF, right?
Yeah.
69366. So you also answered questions about the potentiality of water coming from Ms. Crozier's property into her garage, right?
Yes.
And that's specifically, as we look up here, the very top of the box for that existing structure section?
Yeah.
Okay. So can you read off the numbers of the 2 points that mark the 2 corners of the top of her, or I should say the northmost points of her garage?
694.2, 693.8.
What's the closest point to that on the survey created by Straub? Not Polaris, who Kathleen engaged, but by Straub.
693.7.
So what, if anything, do you gather from those 3 points?
The elevation on the outside of the garage is higher than that elevation, so water is flowing from the edge of the garage away towards a low spot.
Let's go to the back of the garage. So I do see also an arrow there of 4.0%?
Yes.
Now that arrow is located where?
On the neighbor's property pointing towards the garage.
Are there any arrows at all on Ms. Crozier's property behind the garage that would indicate anything to you at all?
No.
Okay. So what conclusion can you draw from this about the area immediately behind Kathleen Crozier's garage up until you get to the point where you get to where you're intersecting the neighbor's property?
There isn't enough information to draw any exact conclusions.
So we know, based on this, what's happening on Kathleen Crozier's rear neighbor's property, right?
Correct.
But when we get to the point where you cross over that line onto her property, what can we gather from that?
Nothing specific.
Let's go to page 15 of this same document. Actually, let's get out of this document. Let's go back to.
Let me know when you're ready.
I apologize.
That's all right.
I'm sorry.
Don't apologize.
Almost done. I promise. we get to, I think we're ready. So, Gail, I'm drawing your attention to, I believe this is what you created, right?
Yes.
What are these arrows again?
These arrows are flow arrows based on the Polaris survey.
Now, there are some questions put to you about where the water goes when it hits, we'll say, the first few feet of Miss Crozier's driveway. That's immediately in front of the garage, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, I think you testified on cross-examination that right around where the Crozier driveway meets the Crozier driveway meets the Crozier garage slab, some water travels from north to south. And that means from the northmost point of her garage, and if you trace that down to the low point that you've been describing throughout the entirety of this, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, your own diagram actually indicates that with arrows, right? I mean,
Yes.
Don't those show a pattern of flow?
Yes. That's what these generally do, is show where the water generally flows.
Now, outside of that unique area that's immediately next to her garage, do any other arrows take you in the direction of that low point? Anywhere else from Kathleen Crozier's driveway?
No.
Okay. So what we're really talking about here is a matter of a few feet of her driveway that drains towards that low point.
Yeah.
Okay. And if you subtract from the equation the amount of water coming from Kathleen's portion of her garage that drains to that low point, could you imagine seeing the same damage to that low point corner of her garage under the same circumstances?
No.
Why do you say that?
The amount of water that is coming from her driveway is insignificant compared to the just river of water that is coming off of the landscaping bed here. This water compared to all of this water and the water coming off of this roof here and all of this that is just coming and just going straight through that valley that has created a river coming straight here is just insignificant.
Let me try to ask a better question. If you subtract from the equation the water coming from drainage area 1 on the Barber property, and that area on the Barber property that is drainage area 2, basically the area of drainage area 2 on the Barber property, if you subtract drainage area 1 and drainage area 2, would you see the same damage to that low point corner of the garage minus those things?
No.
Okay. Does any of Kathleen's water end up on the Barber property by way of the flow arrows you have here?
Yes.
Can you describe what?
A portion of the water from her driveway, portion of this water from her driveway, the portion of the 1 foot strip between her driveway and the property line in here. That would be, basically, that's about it. And that's about it, based on this topographic survey.
Does the solution you talked about, which I believe was Exhibit 15, that swale drawing,
Yes.
capture that also?
Yes.
So let's really briefly go over the path of water as it lands in the barber's backyard. I swear we're almost done. So based on what you're staring at right now, everything you've reviewed and everything you've drafted, if rainwater falls onto the barber's patio, where does it go from there and where does it stop?
Currently or with a proposed swale?
Currently, I apologize. These are all current.
Okay, so currently, if it falls, can you pan down a little bit? Thank you. So currently, if it falls on the barber's patio, let's say a drop of water lands right there, it's going to go, well, if it lands right there, it's going to go that way, it's going to go off there, and it's going to go down like that. If it lands, let's say there, it's going to go there. It's going to go along the front of the landscaping bed. It's going to go there, and eventually it's going to go down that way.
Do you recall the location of the downspout that is underneath the barber patio?
Yeah, it's labeled right there as downspout outlet.
Okay. Can you take us on the path of the water based on all the same considerations if water comes out of that?
Yeah, so it's going to land on the roof. It's going to go to it's going to go to the gutter that is, I believe, along the back of the house right here, if I'm remembering correctly. There's the downspout. It goes under the patio, comes out there, goes down there, and then along the side property somehow.
Okay. Last one. The path of the rainwater as it exits the downspout that's on the side of their home, closest to the Crozier property.
Where is that downspout? Downspout right there. Again, it's going to come out and it's going to just kind of go along there, sort of.
Okay. Does your solution capture the end location of all of that?
Yes.
As it currently stands today, is the stormwater on the barber property being managed in a reasonable way?
No.
Okay. Why do you say that?
Because currently most of the stormwater on the barber property in the backyard is being, most of the stormwater on the barber property is being managed by surface flow, and it is going to Ms. Crozier's property. All the stormwater from this portion of the area is going onto her driveway, where she's already having sinking issues with her driveway. This is right where that the driveway has sunk, where she's getting the standing water issues, and I'm sure during the winter it's becoming icy. From the back portion of the patio, this is where that river is being created and where it's all collecting right here. And it's creating the issues for that front corner of her garage. So all of the water is running off of the patio, and it is just going right to that. It's just going right to her garage and causing problems.
Can we go to the very next page of the exhibit? Do you recognize this as the Blair survey?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked questions about the path of water that was coming out of the uncapped gutter in the back southern corner of Kathleen's garage. Is
Yes.
that right? Okay. Have you ever seen any picture, any video? Has anything ever been presented to you to show the water actually makes it from where it hits the ground to the low spot that shows the damage at the Crozier garage?
No.
Okay. Can we bring up Exhibit 26, please? Now, Gail, I'm going to represent to you that we've stipulated as to the admissibility of the exhibits, and see this is dated 4/11/24 at the very top.
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to scroll through A through, well, whatever it gets to. Here's B, here's C, here's D, E, F, G, I think that's it, H. Okay. So, Gail, I represent to you that the dates at the top were, of the first few, April 2024, of the last few, November of 2024, okay? Now, to your knowledge, having heard everything in trial, isn't this actually well after the gutter was capped in the back?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see any significant difference between the patterns of water on the ground and those dated photographs and any of the photographs you saw before you created your report, before the gutter was capped?
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Should you set read cross-examination as to the redirect?
Oh, thank you, Judge. No, thank you.
Mr. Lucas?
No, thank you, Judge.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Grau, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, may we approach very briefly?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Grauer, who are you calling as your next witness?
Plaintiff calls Daryl Keller as its next witness, and it's electronic.
So, ladies and gentlemen, next witness is the one we discussed at the beginning. Mr. Keller will be testifying by way of video, it's a lengthy video. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna take a mid-afternoon break, get it all set up, we're gonna come back, we're gonna play it for a couple hours, and we'll finish it up first thing tomorrow morning. So let's take our break though, we'll get it all set up so we don't have to waste time. It's a good time for a break anyway, it seems that's gonna work out well. Please don't talk about each other with anyone else, and then we'll talk about you, and investigating research and examining type of investigation. About 10 minute break, so everyone's all set up.
All rise.
1940. This is the beginning of Media One. Sir, can you please raise your right hand and be sworn in by our court reporter?
Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. We're on the record.
Good morning. My name is Attorney John Brower. I'm the plaintiff, Kathleen Crozier's attorney in this case. I'm going to proceed with questioning, and some of it is introductory. Will you please state your full name and spell your last name?
Daryl Keller, Keller.
Thank you. Mr. Keller, I'm going to ask you some introductory matters.
Try to get rid of the feedback.
First and foremost, where do you reside?
Chardon, Ohio.
Chardon. Okay. Mr. Keller, where did you graduate from high school?
Charles F. Brush High School, Lyndhurst, Ohio.
Let's talk about education post-high school. What education did you have immediately post-high school?
A year at Kent State University.
Okay. What did you study primarily at Kent State?
General Studies.
General Studies, okay. Is that a liberal arts degree?
That would have been a liberal arts, I believe.
Gotcha. Well, let's move on to education after Kent State.
Mm-hmm.
What education, if any, did you pursue after Kent State?
Scholastically, there was a 2-year college degree from Lorraine Community College. That was a degree received in, I think it's an arts degree, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you said that's at Lorraine Community College?
Yes.
Okay. Did you obtain any degrees from Kent State or Lorraine Community College?
From Lorraine Community.
Okay. Do you recall what that was?
That was the arts degree.
Okay. So a bachelor's?
Associate.
Associates, gotcha. How about after that? Any additional education?
Not formal education, no.
Okay. What about work experience starting immediately post-high school? Can you describe that for me?
Sure. Apprentice electrician.
Let's start with the apprentice electrician. Did you work for a private electrician company?
I did.
Okay. Do you recall the name?
Gelb, G-E-L-B, electric.
Okay. Can you please describe to me briefly your duties in relation to that?
Sure. Residential, commercial, industrial installation of electrical components.
Okay. How about after your experience with Gelb? What followed that?
After that, I opened my own business.
Okay.
As an electrical contractor.
Gotcha. When you opened your own business, did you have other employees?
Occasionally.
Okay. Were they W-2 or 1099?
Some or both.
Okay. Was that mostly residential projects that your company worked on?
It was a mix of residential, commercial, and industrial.
Okay. Can you please describe to me a day in the life at that particular employment?
For myself?
Sure.
The day would start. I would gather materials, head to the job site, work all day, pick up supplies in the evening, do some plan reviews in the evening, and just basically schedule the next day.
Okay. While working at your company, I've never asked you. I apologize. Strike that. I never asked you the name of it. What was the name?
Keller Electric of Ohio.
Keller Electric. Okay. While working at Keller Electric, what types of documents did you have to submit to municipalities, for instance, to apply for the right to do projects?
Originally city licensing from the city of Cleveland.
Okay.
Eventually state licensing.
Were you ultimately licensed as an electrician in the state of Ohio?
Yes.
Okay. In that role, as a licensed electrician for Keller Electric, did you have occasion to submit permit applications to different municipalities surrounding Cleveland?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can you describe to me a typical permit application process from the perspective of a residential electric?
situation? Sure. Typically, every city has a little bit different requirements, but generally they want a description of the work, generally.
Okay.
Bond, certificate of insurance, and then just personal data.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, a copy of the electrical license from the state of Ohio.
So to recap, description of the work generally, a bond and a copy of the electric license.
Yes.
Okay. During that process, was there also, during the permitting process you're describing in general, was there also typically a site visit from someone from the municipality to pass or fail the permit?
Typically.
Okay. Let's move on from Keller Electric. Well, let me just ask, what was the last date you worked for Keller Electric?
2002.
2002. Okay. What work did you transition to after you moved on from Keller Electric in 2002?
Electrical safety inspector.
Okay. Was that a private role, or did you do it for a municipality?
I worked for Medina County.
Medina County. Okay. So, what did you do particularly in that role that differed from Keller Electric?
I inspected the electrical installations. I didn't perform the electrical installations.
Was that for the same spectrum of different types of projects, or was it just residential?
It was all aspects.
Okay. What year did you cease acting in that role?
Left Medina County in, I believe, in 2004.
Okay. What did you transition to in 2004 after ceasing being the safety inspector for electrical for Medina County?
I transitioned to assistant building commissioner for the city of Fairview Park.
Can you please briefly describe that role?
At that point, I had established some other certifications, such as building inspector. So my role increased. I would perform electrical inspections, building inspections, and some property maintenance inspections.
Okay. You mentioned a certification. Can you describe that certification, how you got it?
Application is made at that time to the Ohio Construction Industry Licensing Board.
Okay.
If they grant you the opportunity, you then sit for the exams. Passing the exams, you're awarded the certificate.
Gotcha. So there is an exam. There is an exam at the end.
There is indeed.
Okay. How long, or what year did you cease being the assistant building commissioner for the city of Fairview?
I believe it was 2007.
Okay. What next after that?
City of Willoughby, electrical and building inspector.
That sounds like two roles. Is that fair to characterize it that way?
It's fair to say, yes. They considered it a combination inspector.
Okay.
That was the description.
Okay. Who did you report to in your role as the electrical inspector?
The chief building official.
Chief building official. Do you recall who that was at the time in 2007 when you transitioned to the role?
Richard Smith.
Richard Smith. Would you repeat the title of that role one more time? I think I wrote it down wrong.
He's considered a chief building official. That's his title through the Board of Building Standards, and that's the role he performed for them.
Okay.
The city of Willoughby would consider him, and I believe the title is chief building and zoning inspector.
Okay. Obviously, he's the, well, not obviously, is he the highest up within the, we'll call it the thread of individuals that you would report up to? Or was there someone above him that he would report to?
He would be the person I would report to.
Okay. Who did you report to in your role as the building inspector for the city of Willoughby?
Also, Richard Smith.
Okay. Will you please describe your role as the building inspector as opposed to the electrical inspector?
Sure. We would go out and perform inspections on certain building criteria. If it was a new dwelling, you'd be inspecting foundations before they're poured. You would be inspecting framing. That would typically be it. That would also include the heating, ventilating, and air conditioning systems. That also encompass building.
Okay. Did any of those inspections also include roofing systems?
Yes.
Okay. Did any of those inspections also include accessories to the home, meaning accessory structures outside of the four corners of the footprint of the home?
On occasion.
Okay. Can you give an example of what an accessory structure might be?
Sure. A storage shed.
Okay. Prior to being employed as the building inspector in 2007 for the city of Willoughby, what experience did you have relative to inspecting foundations in particular?
None.
Okay. Same question, but as to framing.
My only knowledge of framing was in relation to electrical installation.
Okay.
What can you cut? What can you drill? What can support certain things?
Okay. So it's fair to say, independent of the intersection with electrical that you had worked on for many years, no additional, strike that. What you were inspecting relative to framing was informed by your work in the electrical realm only, right?
It was informed by that and also by classes, additional training that is a requirement basically for certification.
Okay. Can you please describe those additional classes that qualified you, or certified you, I should say, for those types of inspections?
Sure. It was typically on a monthly basis. We would have to attend seminars. Those seminars would be run by typically gentlemen in the industry. A lot of times it was just in relation to their products, things of that nature.
Okay. During those seminars, did you have to take any type of test or exam to test your knowledge of what you were picking up?
No.
Okay. Going back to the same line of questioning, what particular experience did you have in the field relative to HVAC prior to taking the job as the building inspector in 2007?
Again, only in the aspects of electrical.
Okay.
Running power to them, disconnects, things of that nature.
Okay. This is getting repetitive, I apologize. What particular experience did you have relative to roofing prior to taking the role as the building inspector in 2007?
No hands-on experience in roofing.
Okay.
With the exception of I have installed a few roofs.
Okay. When you say you've installed a few roofs, are those residential roofs or commercial?
Residential.
Residential, okay. Did you work with a crew to do that? No.
Just for myself.
Just for yourself. So would it be fair to say it was personal work as opposed to commercial?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What about, I'll strike that. When you went out to inspect in that role, were there certain documents that you completed during or after a site visit?
For what particular inspection?
Well, let's start with establishing what type of inspections you did. So can you list off, just in general form, what type of inspections you did in that particular role, and we can kind of go from there?
As a building inspector or
Yeah.
electrical? As a
Building inspector, yeah.
Again, foundations, framing, which would encompass the flooring system, the walls, the roofs, the rafters,
Right.
anything like that. Truss systems, those sort of things.
Okay. Let's talk about foundations then. Did you, upon inspection, did you fill out any forms that were kept by the city that memorialize what you found during an inspection?
Yeah, typically it would just be an approval or not approval.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that would be on a written form where it would indicate approval versus non-approval?
Yes.
Okay. Is it safe to say that ultimately you would, strike that, is it safe to say that ultimately you would be seeing a form that says approved at the end of the line of inspections if it was ultimately approved?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. What role, if any, did you move on to from the building inspector role?
Chief building official.
Chief building official. Did you take that role after Richard Smith ended in that role?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, you were at the highest point of reporting for inspections for residential properties that were under construction?
Correct.
Okay. I'll strike that. What year did you take on that role?
I believe it was 2014 or 2015.
Okay. Are you still in that role today?
I am.
Okay. Was there any gap in time there between 2014 and today where you weren't?
There was.
Okay. What was that gap in time?
Less than a year.
Okay.
Around approximately 8 or 9 months.
Okay. Did they ask you to come back?
They did.
Okay. Based on need?
Yes.
Okay. So in this role as the chief building official, you had mentioned that you were the sort of the last stop on the inspection process for any residential construction project. Is that right?
I wouldn't perform the inspections.
Sure.
I would. The inspectors would do that, and then at that point, it was just my job to correlate it at the end.
Okay. How did that role intersect at all with the engineer that's employed by the city?
It's more of a. It's a role where I facilitate. In other words, plans will come in for the engineer to review, and I will just forward them to him for that purpose.
Did you have communications with the engineer about ongoing projects from time to time?
Yes.
Okay. What would those communications typically relate to?
It could be about grading. It could be about regulations, either relating to soil, EPA, stormwater protection, those types of things.
Okay. Okay. Let's move on to. Let's actually bring up Exhibit 1, please. Maybe blow that up just a little to see the content more so in the middle. Awesome. Okay. So, Mr. Keller, do you recognize the name typed on the document under temporary certificate of occupancy, Mr. Gene Barber?
I recognize the name.
Okay. Who is Eugene Barber to you?
A resident of the city of Willoughby.
Okay. In your role as the chief building official, did you ever overlap with him relative to a project he may have been working on?
To my recollection, he was a contractor, possibly roofing, but I don't recall ever meeting him on a site or performing any inspections for him.
Okay.
Not saying that I didn't, I just have no recollection of it.
Okay. Would you characterize his involvement with, I'll strike that question. Do you recall ever seeing a permit application he submitted for a roof that his company was working on?
I don't have any recollection.
Okay. So you don't have any independent recollection of ever going out to his site and reviewing any of his work?
No.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Keller, do you recognize the title of this document, Temporary Certificate of Occupancy?
I do.
Okay.
A little different format than what we have today, but
Sure.
yes.
I direct your attention, actually, if we can scroll down to the lower left corner of the page. Just a little lower, down to the bottom, I should have said unfocus on the middle, where the date appears. Okay. Do you see the date here of January 2nd, 1986?
I do.
Okay. In your role as the chief building inspector, did you review documents that related to these temporary certificates of occupancy?
I do that now in my position, yes.
Okay. Had you been doing that since you took that role in 2014?
Yes.
Okay. So,
either I or my staff, I should clarify.
Since we're near the bottom of the page, do you recognize this name here, Deputy Building Inspector Nick, could butcher that, Sabat?
No, I do not.
Okay. That would have preceded you joining up with the city of Willoughby for employment in 2007, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So he must not have overlapped with you. Is that fair?
That's fair to say.
Okay. So looking back up at the middle section, specifically the numbered items 1 through 10, I believe you said the form looks a little bit different now. Are items like this still listed out on the temporary certificate of occupancy?
Some items are listed on this temporary certificate of occupancy, usually items that still need to be completed. That appears to be what this document shows.
Okay. So, what is the purpose of this temporary certificate of occupancy? What does it signify?
It allows the homeowner to take occupancy of the dwelling prior to having full approvals.
Okay. In your preparation for attendance today, or any time prior to your preparation for attendance today, had you ever reviewed this particular document?
I don't believe I have.
Okay. Do you see under number 5, it says gutters and downspouts to be installed?
Yes.
Okay. Actually, let me backtrack for a second. So, do you see the address about 5 lines down, 4629 Center Street?
Yes.
You have been to that address in the past 3 years, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recognize that address as Mr. Gene Barber's address?
Yes.
Okay. And for that matter, his wife, Suzanne?
Yes. I believe that's her name.
I believe that too. So, in relation to the content of this document, I think you had mentioned that it lists out pending completion of certain items required before the certificate can be delivered. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So in this context, it appears that gutters and downspouts still needed to be installed as of that date. Is that fair?
I would say so.
Okay. It also appears that a final grading, under number 6, a final grading to being completed when weather permits. Do you see that too?
I do.
Same reasoning for that. It appears to be a pending completion item?
Yes.
Okay. Let's focus in on number 7. You see where it says 3 copies of the as-built grade plan to be submitted to the building department for approval by the city engineer.
Yes.
Okay. Let's break that down for a second. Can you please describe what an as-built grade plan means to you?
Well, not being an engineer, I can only give you my opinion, but I believe it's a plan that what they're trying to determine is how closely does what was constructed meet what was originally approved and designed.
Okay.
So it would show certain elevation levels, things of that nature.
Okay. And it calls out approval of the city engineer. Do you see that?
I do.
Am I correct in my understanding that the as-built grade plan must be approved by the city engineer?
At that time, I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
Today, it does not have to be approved.
Okay.
It must be submitted, but not approved.
Okay.
Again, ordinances have changed.
Sure. But as of this particular date, you don't have knowledge one way or another as to whether approval was required outside of what we're looking at?
I do not.
Okay. During any time you were working in the role as the chief building official, do you recall there being approval by the city engineer of as-built grade plans?
Yes.
So at a certain point when you were working there in that role, not today, but at a certain point in the past, approval was required. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Is it fair to say the city engineer has the final say as between the as-built submission and the completion of we'll call it the final grading?
Yes.
Okay. And the city engineer can, for instance, call out issues that he sees. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And anything called out by an engineer, in your experience, would need to be corrected. Is that fair?
If he calls something out, he's addressing a situation. What that solution will be, I don't know.
Okay.
That's usually something that the engineer works out either with the homeowner, the builder, or the grading contractor.
Okay. But no matter what, if he calls it out, something has to happen to address it.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes,
okay.
That's fair to say.
Okay. In your experience, it can't be that nothing happens. It has to be addressed one way or another.
In my experience, it's been addressed. Everything has always been addressed to some completion.
Okay. Let's move on to exhibit number 2, please. Now this has 2 pages. One is small and one is big. So I direct your attention to the first page at the top. Do you recognize the title here, As-Built Grade Certification?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall the date of the last document? Not a quiz, but it was 1986. Is that right?
This document is 1986.
Okay. Does that match up with the last document we looked at in terms of the date from 1986?
Oh, I don't recall.
Oh, okay. No need to go back.
It looked familiar.
Yeah.
It looked very familiar.
During your preparation for appearance today, if any, or during any time in the past, had you reviewed this particular document in relation to this matter?
No.
No. Okay.
Other than coordinating documents together for,
Sure.
you know.
Okay. Let's move on to, actually, no, let's stay on this first page for a second. Do you see the signature line here?
Yes.
Does that appear to be a Mr. William Landig?
It does.
Who is he to you?
I believe he is an engineer or surveyor.
Mm-hmm. Do you recall him ever being employed by the city of Willoughby or independent of that?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Let's move on to the second page. And I'm going to direct your attention to the bottom right-hand corner. Now, do you see there what appears to be a stamp of William D. Landig as the surveyor?
Yes.
Okay. Do you also see there where it says plat of survey and topo for Gene Barber?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any reason to dispute that this appears to be the as-built document relating to the Barber's home when it was built?
No, I don't.
Okay. Let's move towards the bottom but middle part where there appears to be handwritten notes. So, Mr. Keller, have you ever seen handwritten notes at the bottom of an as-built plan such as this before in your work as the chief building official?
Yes.
Okay. Would you describe those notes as a legend that would sort of describe what the marks on the document mean?
I would.
Okay. Now, next to number 5 in this list, well, first of all, do you see number 5 in this list?
Yes.
So there appears to be an arrow, and then it says overland drainage flow. Do you know what that means?
I would say yes. I'd say I have some understanding of it.
Well, what would be your understanding of that note inside of the legend there?
I would understand it to be water draining or flowing over land.
Mm-hmm. Is it fair to say that these as-builts do take into consideration how water flows over land?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Does it also take into account some other, as referenced in other parts of the notes here, different elevations?
To my understanding.
Okay. Isn't that one of the primary concerns of an as-built, the elevations?
It's a concern. From a building standpoint, my concerns are greater to the building and the structure itself. What are the setbacks? Does it meet fire separation? Things of that nature.
Sure.
That's the only time I would really have, close relationship with the site plan.
Okay. Would it be, in your experience, did you ever see the city engineer call out criticisms that relate to the drainage pattern of water on a residential property?
I would see notations on a site plan, yes.
Would you say that's a rare event or a typical event?
Typical event.
Typical event, okay. Let's unfocus on that and move over to the left bottom corner. I want to direct your attention to a name that appears there, a Colpetzer, C-O-L-P-E-T-Z-E-R, Thomas, Inc. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay, how do you recognize that?
That was the city engineer firm at that time.
Okay, so you recognize as of 1986, the firm that was engaged by the city to act as the engineer to review plans as of this, or such as this, was Colpetzer Thomas, Inc.
Yes.
Okay. Do you see in red on the line there, final grading plan?
Yes.
Okay. Do you also see underneath that not approved?
Yes.
Okay. Can we move up the page towards the middle, but along the left side? Specifically where the red writing is? Can we focus in on that area one more time, but blow up everything, including where the numbers begin? Perfect. Okay. So, on the face of this document, what we're seeing here is a final grading plan not approved. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Just on the face of it.
Yes.
Right. And you have seen documents like this before that have final grading plan and either approved or not approved other than this document,
yes.
right? Okay. Was it typical also to see notes above the final grading plan and either approved or not approved, given reasons for the approval or not approval?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see here the red writing numbered 1 and 2?
I do.
Okay. Do you see where it says under number 2? Well, first of all, can you make out what it says under number 2?
It looks to me that it says need for swale, perhaps rear, left rear.
I didn't mean to fake you out. It's coming back, I swear. You're okay.
Need for swale, rear left property line.
Okay. Now, you're not the one that created this document, correct?
Correct.
However, do you have any reason to dispute those notes qualify as at least some of the reasons that it was not approved?
Yes.
Okay. So I asked you, do you have any reason to dispute that?
No reason to dispute that.
Okay. Okay. Have you seen a swale design on residential property during your work, and apart from the Barber property completely, right? Have you actually seen a swale constructed on residential property during your term as the chief building official?
Yes.
Okay. What is a swale?
I can't give you a proper definition of what it is, other than my knowledge of it being some type of divot in the soil.
Okay.
I don't know depth, width, where it drains, how it's constructed.
Okay. So a divot in the soil, and you mentioned drain. Would the purpose, to your knowledge, would the purpose of this divot in the ground be to take water to a certain location? or to have it travel a certain way?
I suppose it could.
Okay.
I suppose it could also just be a retention
Sure.
for stormwater.
Okay. So, from your understanding, the function of a swale is either what I said, which is it causes water to travel at a certain path, or what you said, which is a retention aspect for water. One or both of those. Is that fair?
I believe so, either to detain water, or to control it in some way.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned you had been out at the Barber property within the past 3 years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You've also described generally your understanding of how a swale functions, or at least we've come to an agreement on that, right? So, have you personally, upon going to the Barber property, seen a functioning swale on their lot?
No.
Okay. Outside of the document we're looking at, right here, the face of this document, have you ever seen any other document in this thread of as-builts, in this line of as-builts, that indicated that a swale had been installed?
Pertaining to this
Yes.
project?
So pertaining to the Barber property, I'll strike the question and start over. It's a terrible question. So pertaining to the Barber property, have you ever seen a written document, as opposed to your personal, view? Have you ever seen a written document showing that a swale was installed on the Barber property?
I have not. I
Okay.
don't believe. I have not examined
Sure.
the document to any great extent. There could be something drawn in somewhere, possibly on the other side or in the rear.
Okay.
But I don't believe so.
Okay. And this note here appears to call out a need for swale along left property line. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, does that left property line border the Crozier, or Kathleen Crozier's property, to your knowledge?
I believe it would.
Yeah.
Typically, if you're looking at the house from the front, if you mention the left, you're referring to that side.
Okay. As you sit here today, isn't it true you have no independent knowledge of any swale ever having been installed along that path that borders the Crozier property?
That is true.
Okay. Have you ever seen any document that's titled as-built in this line of documents that showed approval of the grading plan for the Barber property when it was built?
I have not.
Okay. I believe you said earlier that it's typical, no, strike that question. I believe you said earlier that it was, that there was always an approval at the end of a permit process that you were a part of. Is that right?
As far as the building itself, yes. For it to be occupied, it must pass the building codes.
Okay. Okay. Okay, let's move on to Exhibit 3, please.
Can we go off the record for a moment?
Sure.
I'm going to go off the record. This will be the end of Media 1. The time is now 9:04. We're on the record.
Did you click on it, Stan?
No, I haven't done nothing yet.
Was it going continuing in there?
Yeah, it started over again, sir.
Oh, the very beginning?
Yes, sir.
Oh, all right. Stretch for a second, Aaron. You could do that actually while it's playing, as long as you're paying attention, that's fine. You guys all right? I have the window open, and you guys not too
Oh, that's
cold?
great.
That feels good.
Appreciate
You want
the
this
air.
window open, or are you guys good? All right. Oh, now as it kicks in, as I say. Keep talking, Mike. All right. Stan, you can hit play.
We are back on the record. This is the beginning of media 2. The time's now 9:17:59. We are back on the record.
So, Mr. Keller, I'm directing your attention to Exhibit 3 on your screen. And this is 4 pages. So I would ask to scroll slowly through the 4 pages, just so you can see it in its entirety first. So. Okay. So we are back up to page 1 of this exhibit. So, Mr. Keller, before I ask any questions in relation to this, first of all, have you ever seen this document before?
In passing.
In passing?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, in your role as the chief building official, did you have occasion to see variance applications come across your desk?
Yes.
Okay. Were some of those variance applications related to setback requirements?
Yes, very common.
Very common. Okay. Does this appear to be a variance application for the rear yard setback in 2001 that was submitted by the city? Well, let me strike that question. Does this appear to reference a variance applied for by the Barbers in relation to the addition for their home in 2001?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take you to page 2 in the upper left-hand corner, please. Do you see in the upper left-hand corner where it says existing and proposed?
Yes.
Okay. So it says rear setback required 36.45 feet. Having seen different variances about setbacks, are you aware of a requirement for a residential home in Willoughby for the setback between the home and the rear of the property?
There is a required setback.
Okay. Now this is from 2001. Is there a new standard, and if so, do you know what it is?
I don't know if it's new. I just know that there are different setback requirements for different zoning areas.
Sure.
Whether it's an R50, R60, R70,
Okay.
all that can change.
So when you say R50, R60, or R70, is that the zoning code section applicable to that particular property?
So an R50 would be particular to one area of the city zone
Okay.
for that classification.
Okay.
I don't know what this one was. I can't recall if it was R50, R60. I don't know.
Okay. Would you agree with me? It appears to propose a lesser setback, less feet setback from the rear here than as would be apparently required in 2001.
Yes.
Okay. And that would be feet from the addition to the rear property line. Is that
Yes.
fair? Okay. We're going to switch gears and move to Exhibit 7. Now, this is 2 pages, so I would ask that we scroll it slowly so we can take both in. So, Mr. Keller, as we look at the top of this page, first of all, do you recognize this document as something you've seen during the course of this matter?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please describe what this history report by address is?
It appears to be just a listing of various permits that were issued for this property.
Okay. So as we look at the top, I direct your attention to the lines that provide the titles for the different, we'll call it columns. You described permits, so the permit numbers would be the permit associated with that particular work item. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And then the date would be the date of, I think, original application?
Probably date of issuance.
Issuance, okay. Work type, that would be a description of what they're doing, right?
Yes.
Okay. Property address stays consistent throughout this, but do you recognize that 4629 Center Street as the Barber property?
Yes.
Okay. And then do you also see, appears to be a STAT. Do you know what that is? I skipped the column. It's the rightmost column there. STAT.
Oh, it would be the estimated cost of what the project is.
Skipping to the very last column, is that STAT, is that status?
It's obscured by the thing here, but it would probably be status.
Sorry, I didn't
That's
mean
okay.
to. There we go.
Yeah, I'm sure it's status.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it looks like there's F's, E's, and O's. Do you know what those represent?
Yeah, F would be final, which means it's been completed and closed out.
Okay.
Open would mean it has not been final and is still at least open as far as our software
Gotcha.
relates to it.
Okay. In looking at this document in total, and we can scroll both pages completely. My first question is, do you see any date reference to 1986?
Not on this document, I don't.
Okay. How about any date between 1986 and 1989?
I do not.
Okay. I believe we had just covered an addition, a variance for an addition, I should say. Do you see there the line dated, it's the very first line on the first page. Do you see where it's dated 11/27/01 addition?
Yes.
Okay. And then if you scroll down the page, it's the third line from the bottom. Do you see where it says 08/15/18 driveway?
Yes.
Okay. And then the very last line of the first page, do you see where it says 07/11/19 patio?
Yes.
Okay. To your knowledge, how is the Barber driveway situated relative to the home?
We don't have any knowledge related to their driveway.
Okay.
Other than to say, I believe it's to the right of their dwelling.
So it's not, their driveway isn't bordering the Crozier property. Their driveway is bordering the other neighboring property. Okay. However, it extends through the rear area of the home behind the actual footprint of the home. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe they have a detached garage and it extends to that.
To that, okay. So would you agree with me that a portion of what was once grass in the Barber backyard prior to 2001 is now taken up by an addition?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that another portion of what was once grass in the Barber backyard is taken up by the driveway we just talked about?
Yes. Or it was gravel before? I don't know.
Okay. That's fair. Could have been. And then would you agree with me that another portion of what was once grass in the Barber backyard is now taken up by a patio?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Let's go back to Exhibit 3, please. Let me take you to, I want to go, so let's go to page 2 of it. In the very middle of the page, do you see a square that has proposed residence in the middle?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is it your understanding that that is generally the footprint of the original Barber home?
Most likely.
Most likely. Any reason to dispute that?
No.
Okay. Do you see then a shape that extends off the back of that square, slightly higher up on the page?
Yes.
Do you understand that to be the shape of the addition that was added?
That I couldn't say, but I have no reason to dispute it.
Okay. And then to the right of this square here, to the right of the square on the screen, do you see a darkened in area there also?
I do.
Any reason to dispute that appears to be the driveway?
No.
Okay. I want to leave you a second to take a look at the left of the screen, the property line there that divides the Crozier property on the left from the Barber property on the right. Now this was submitted in 2001, it appears, from the date at the top. Do you see any indication there of a swale? Anything in writing or anything in picture form that would indicate the existence of one?
There's nothing to me that indicates it, but I have to tell you, this is not a very clear and concise document. There could be something there that indicates a swale, but I don't see it.
Okay. So it's fair to say you don't see it, right?
I don't see it.
Okay. All right. We're going to move on to Exhibit 6. Now this exhibit has 3 pages, so we're going to scroll slowly through these pages so you can see all of it before I address it. If at any time you want to go back to any part of it that helps you answer a question, just let me know.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. So in your preparation for today or at any point in the past, had you seen this particular document?
I'm sure it has passed my desk.
Okay. Do you recall that we looked at exhibit number 7 that had an indication that the patio was installed in 2019?
Yes,
Okay. So in 2019, you were the chief building official. Is that right?
correct.
Okay. So ultimately, you were at the, we'll say, the top of the chain in the department that would be reviewing something like this document. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. What do you recognize this document to be?
An application for, in this case, an accessory structure being a patio.
Okay. Do you see the property? Oh boy. I'm going to take you to the middle of the page. Well, about a third of the way down the very first page where it says property owner. Can you make out there's Sue Barber?
Yes,
Okay. And then above that, can you make out the property address of 4629 Center Street, which I think we established as the Barber property?
yes.
Okay. Now, you had called this a accessory structure permit. Let's scroll to the bottom, the very bottom of the first page. Okay. Do you see where it says, or do you see where the box is checked for other?
Yes.
And then it says patio? Okay. Isn't it true that a patio requires, and this is in 2019 to be specific, isn't it true that a patio requires a site plan in order to pass the permitting application?
It does not require an engineered site plan. What we require is a footprint indicating to us what the setbacks are.
Okay. Let's go to page 2. Now, Mr. Coward, do you see there where it says type of inspection requested?
Yes,
And checked there is slab and then patios written in?
yes.
Okay. Let's go to the very last page. Do you see there a reference to 1131.03 schedule of permitted uses?
Yes.
Okay. Before we get into anything else, do you have any independent knowledge of what 1131.03 is in relation to a permit application?
More so for zoning, yes.
Okay. Let's go down to, all the way down the page to F. Do you see where it says accessory buildings and uses?
Yes.
Okay. I believe you referenced this being a permit for an accessory structure. Is that right?
I'm calling it an accessory structure because that's how the building code would look at it. We may just have it, we may consider in zoning an accessory structure just to be like a shed and a patio to be separate. But in either aspect, it's an accessory to the dwelling.
Gotcha. So this accessory to the dwelling, do you see here under accessory buildings and uses, number 8 down the list, entrance features patios and decks?
Yes.
You see that? Okay. And then there are some columns there for one family residential district, a couple of which you called out before, R50 and R60, I think, right? Now, for each of those columns, if you cross-reference the column with line item number 8 there under accessory buildings and uses, it appears that entrance features, patios, and decks are categorized as an accessory structure for all of the columns on this form. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. So let's scroll back up to the first page. I believe we established on the first page that the box was checked for other for patio. Is that right? As we go up the page towards the middle of it, do you see a box that can be checked for accessory building?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see underneath that there a line, or I should say to the right of it, a description of residential detached garage, shed, or other?
Yes.
Okay. And then underneath, 2 sets of detailed construction plans and one site location plan required. You see that too?
Yes.
Okay. So, taking into consideration what we looked at in terms of the categorization of a patio as an accessory use under each of the one-family residential district codes, right? R100, R80, R60, and R50. Would you expect the box to be checked for accessory building and then other, given what we looked at here?
We accept it both ways. If somebody brings in an application, it's clear and concise, it's a patio. Doesn't matter to us really whether they checked accessory building or other.
Okay. When you say it doesn't matter, are you saying it's in the discretion of the department that you are head of to categorize it either way, despite what we looked at on page 3 of this exhibit?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Have you ever seen any, well, strike that. You had mentioned an expectation of seeing a footprint drawing for this patio. In your review of any document at all, and I'm not trying to trick you because this is all I've seen, have you ever seen that in relation to the barber patio?
The footprint of a patio?
Mm-hmm.
I have not, I can't recall seeing it.
Okay. Have you ever seen any detailed construction plans or site location plan for it?
I don't recall seeing them.
Okay. Is it typical to get a variance for an accessory structure if it is going to be closer than allowed to one of the property lines as required by the code?
I couldn't answer that question. That would be up to the discretion of the board.
Okay. Do you recall ever seeing a variance for the location of the barber patio?
What I've seen today.
Oh, I meant specifically a variance, as opposed, because we had seen a variance before this. You identified this as an application for a permit. Have you ever seen a variance type document
For this patio?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you showed me a variance document earlier. I don't recall if that was for the patio or for the addition. I'm sorry.
It was for the addition, but we can go back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Then no, I have not seen anything for a variance for a patio.
Okay. Okay. Let's go on to Exhibit 5. Okay. This is one page, so you can see it all at once. In your preparation for today or at any point in the past, do you recall having seen this document?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what it is?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you sign the bottom?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can you describe it for me, please?
When I took over as building official, there was a lot of permits that had not been closed out.
Mm-hmm.
They were just sitting, languishing, orphans in the file cabinets.
Okay.
My goal was to bring those to a conclusion,
Mm-hmm.
refund any monies that were owed, and to get final inspections. So this was a letter I drafted up, presented to the law director at the time for his review. He approved it, and we sent this letter out to several hundred contractors or homeowners, giving them the opportunity to get this thing closed out and to receive their deposits back.
Gotcha. Okay. Let us first identify what's in this. So, would you agree with me this appears to call out a permit not having been finalized in relation to a certain property? Is that
Yes.
fair characterization?
Yes.
Okay. And then it goes on to say that 30 days after the date of this notice, the above listed permits shall be considered invalid and will be closed with no further action. Is that what it says?
That's what it says.
Okay. So effectively, this was a notice letter that went out to individuals or entities that had open permits that were languishing, as you said. Okay. Do you offhand recall that permit number at the top, that H4825?
I do not.
Okay. Let's go back to, hold on. Let's go back to Exhibit 7, please. Keeping in mind the H4825. So staying on the first page of Exhibit 7, 4 lines up from the bottom, do you see a permit number there of 4825H?
Yes.
Okay. Any reason to dispute that there's a match between the letter that you signed there in relation to a languishing permit and the permit applied for in relation to 4629 Center Street being the Barber property in August of 2016?
I don't know that the letter would specifically relate to that particular permit.
Can we go back to Exhibit 5, please? Do you see there in bold underneath the title of expired permits, permit number H-4825?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Just trying to make the correlation between the two and ask you if there's any reason to dispute that there's a match between the letter you wrote in terms of the permit that was applied for and then the Barber property permit applied for.
It must have related to that permit.
Okay. So now that we're back on this letter, do you see the quoted section there where it says any permit issued shall become invalid unless the work authorized by it has been commenced within 6 months after its issuance, or if the work authorized by such permit is suspended or abandoned for a period of 1 year after the time the work is commenced. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. So all in all, this is a letter addressed to the Barbers in relation to their permit about a permit becoming invalid if there's a pause of greater than 6 months after issuance. Is that a fair characterization? Okay. So you had mentioned when you took over that role of the chief building inspector, you had the intentions of not letting permits languish. Is that fair?
It's fair to say.
Okay.
To bring something to a conclusion one way or the other.
Right. Yeah. Okay. And so a permit languishing for longer than either 6 months after issuance or a period of 1 year after the work commenced was something that was going to be addressed by your department on on a case-by-case basis. Is that fair?
Not really. It was going to
Okay.
be addressed by this letter. They had the opportunity to call us for final inspection if their work had been completed.
Okay. Okay.
If they chose not to, basically they were forfeiting their deposits.
Okay. So this was actually a notice of an automatic closure, not necessarily a dialogue.
Pretty much.
Okay. Okay. Prior to you taking over this role and sending letters that implemented this policy, do you recall how, I'm just using your word, languishing permits were treated?
They would just sit in the file drawer. It's ultimately the applicant's responsibility to call us for inspections. I believe the goal originally was to have these deposits there as an incentive for them to call and close out. But in many cases, the deposits were so small it wasn't worth their time and trouble.
Okay. Let's go back to Exhibit 2, please. Page 2 of it. So, heading back to Exhibit 2, which we had addressed before as the as-built plan for the Barber home. My question to you is, having also established the final grading plan and the not approved aspect of what we're looking at, is it possible that the permit was, I'll strike that question. Wouldn't it have been the policy of the department to either close this out as approved or deny it and end the permit with no other alternatives?
If we haven't performed, are you relating, is this in response to that particular permit?
So I'm stepping away from the 2017 permit letter that you wrote, or that your department wrote to the barbers,
okay.
Right? Stepping back from that. And we had talked about some policy changes that you were implementing, and then the past, right? So taking into consideration what is referenced in that letter, because that is a code section reference there of 1335.01, any permit issued is either invalid as of 6 months after issuance, if not completed, or abandoned 1 year after the time of the work is commenced. That's what your letter says.
Yes.
To your knowledge, was that the policy at the time of the 1986 submission here?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. Is it, I'll strike that question. Let's move on to Exhibit 11. This is only one page, so I believe you can see it all at once. Do you recognize the email at the top here as an email from you to the barbers in August of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever seen this particular email? Well, strike that question. Looking at it right now, do you recall having formed the content of it when it was sent? Do you recall having written this email?
Yes.
That's the question, right? Okay. Now, at the time of this email, you were the chief building official. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And this email relates to photos taken at the property, which I presume is the Barber property, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And those photos haven't been taken on July 7th, 2022. Is that right? Okay. Does that mean you visited the property on July 7th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. This email was prompted by complaints of Kathleen Crozier in relation to water drainage from the Barber property. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You were, in fact, not the first individual from your department to go out to visit the property after receiving complaints from Ms. Crozier. Is that correct?
I had heard that,
Okay.
but I don't know that for fact.
Who is Larry Puskis to you?
Larry was one of our building inspectors.
Okay. So he would have reported to you in August of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Was he also one of your building inspectors for the year immediately prior to that?
Yeah, I believe he was.
Okay. Do you recall him going to the property, going to the Barber property to be specific, before you came out to the Barber property?
I don't recall, but it's very possible.
Okay. Do you recall any communication with Larry Puskis about him visiting the property the year prior at all?
No.
Okay. Is it fair to say that there was no action taken by your department one way or another in calendar year 2021 related to water drainage on the Barber property?
I have no record of any.
Okay. So the only actions taken by your department would have occurred after you visited the property in July of 2022. Is that right?
To my knowledge.
Okay. So you go out there in July of 2022 and you inspect the Barber property. What did you take a look at?
Downspouts from the Barber house on that side of their property.
During that time, did anyone from your department inform you of complaints from Kathleen Crozier that related to water drainage from more than just the downspouts?
Only that there was an issue with water near the garage.
Okay. As you went out to the property, had the term swale ever been used to you by any building department employee?
Relating to this property?
Yes.
No.
No. Okay. So your focus that day was exclusively on how the roof drained through downspouts and whether it was appropriate. Is that fair?
That's fair to say.
Okay. So let's move on to, well, actually, 1 second, I'll strike that. Now, I see here this first sentence. I had provided Law Director Lucas with photos taken at your property on July 7, 2022, recommending correction of two downspouts, which he concurred with. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you please describe what you meant when you wrote that?
It seemed to be a report of my inspection.
Okay. So you recommended correction of two of the downspouts that you inspected at the Barber property in July of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go on to Exhibit 10. These are photographs, so I have to call each one out individually. Now let's scroll through each one of these pictures before we come back to certain ones. So, okay. Let's go back to the exhibit stickers over it, but it would be the second picture in the series. And I think it would say number 2 at the top. Yep. There we go. So having viewed these pictures, can you confirm whether or not you took them?
I believe those are the photos I took.
Okay. Do you recall having circled certain items in black marker?
That would be
to
typical.
indicate? Okay. So, in relation to this particular picture, can you describe to me why that black marker circled that particular area?
The downspout is projecting directly towards the neighboring property.
Okay. And that is a problem, why?
It creates additional stormwater runoff.
Okay. What did you recommend, or I'm sorry, did you cite the barbers for that particular issue?
I did.
Okay. And when you cited them, did you have a written citation that you gave them, or was it verbal?
It was written. It would have been a written letter.
Okay. And what was required of them?
To alter that downspout so that it does not discharge directly onto their property.
Okay. And that would have been through, was it adding an elbow to it to?
Yeah, there was several methods they could do to achieve that. That would have been my suggestion, probably, had I been asked. Maybe I was. Some type of elbow to direct it either towards the front or, in this case, the front of the property is really the only option.
Isn't it true that you said it is suggested that a 90-degree elbow be placed on the end of the downspout to direct the water toward the rear of the property?
I don't know that I would have suggested that for that downspout.
Okay.
It's possible, but
okay.
It seems more reasonable to go towards the front.
Okay. Why do you say that?
It just seems like a shorter distance to get it to the front of the property.
Wouldn't that be tricky with the air conditioning unit where it's located?
It would.
Yeah.
I think they would have to do some type of corrugated piping or something to wrap around it.
Mm-hmm. Is that perhaps why it may have been recommended to go to the rear? Because it would have to make a turn around that?
Could have been.
Okay. Let's go to the picture that has an Exhibit 3A indication in the top left corner. But this is still Exhibit 10. Sorry for any confusion. So this is the third picture in the series. So I see here another black marker circle with an arrow. Do you see that too?
Yes.
Okay. What was the purpose of that circle?
I don't know. I would have to read my my letter to see what my reference to that was.
Okay. Would you agree with me that the arrow appears to be pointing at a white, something white projecting out from the side of the patio that is closest to the Crozier driveway?
Yes.
Okay. Let's move on to the next picture. It should have 3B in the top left. So, Mr. Keller, same question here with the black marker circle. Do you recognize the purpose of that?
I don't recognize the purpose of it.
Okay.
Other than to identify that there's a termination there.
Okay.
Some type of conduit.
Okay. Now, isn't it true that there was a downspout that went underneath the barber's property that came out closest to the property line of the Croziers as opposed to the other direction, that directed water flow in that same way as the other downspout?
I believe this downspout does run under the patio and is picking up a downspout at the opposite corner.
Okay. And having circled it, do you recall now what the issue was? Why you circled it?
If I didn't comment on it, then I don't really know.
Okay. Didn't you, in fact, say that it is suggested that a 90-degree elbow be placed at the end of the downspout to direct water to either the front or rear of the Barber property?
And that would have been the reason.
Okay. So reason being you can't direct water in a directly perpendicular way to the neighbor's property line out of a downspout.
Try to avoid that at all times.
Okay. And to your knowledge, that is a violation of the code that you are charged with enforcing relative to water drainage from roofs, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to the fourth picture. Now, you also made reference to a downspout that was discharging water from the Crozier garage. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is that black circle going around it that which you took issue with?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Did you, in fact, return to the property to see that that was corrected?
I believe I did.
Okay. And so, to your knowledge, do you have any reason to dispute that that was corrected?
No.
Okay. Let's go to the fifth picture, fifth and final in Exhibit 10. Okay. Mr. Keller, along the right side of the picture, we see that same air conditioning unit and the downspout there that we had talked about earlier. Is that right? And then, do you understand that, or is it your understanding that the patio is immediately behind where the Barber structure ends on the right hand of the screen, right-hand side of the screen? Okay. And so that downspout that you said needs to be corrected was pointing at where Ms. Crozier's car is situated there.
Directly.
Right? Directly. Yes. Okay. And to your knowledge, there was corrective action taken for both. Is that right?
To my knowledge.
Okay. Did you, in fact, go back to confirm?
I don't recall if I did or if one of my inspectors did.
Okay. If you sent one of your inspectors, would it have been Larry Puskis or someone else?
It could have been Larry Puskis or it could have been someone from the service department. They also address stormwater runoff.
Okay. In looking at this picture, just first of all, strike that. This is your vantage point in July of 2022 of the property line between the Barber property and the Crozier property, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, water discharging out of, for instance, the first downspout that's closest to the air conditioning unit would come out and then discharge directly toward the Crozier driveway, if not corrected, right?
Correct.
Based upon just the topography you're looking at on that day that the picture was taken, did you have an independent viewpoint on whether a large storm event would cause water from that downspout to make it onto her driveway?
That I couldn't say.
Okay. But the reason to correct it is that it would prevent that. Is that fair?
It would likely prevent that.
Okay. Okay. Let's move on to Exhibit 24. If you don't mind blowing up the top part of the page there, because the rest is blank. Okay. Now, Mr. Keller, did you have, during your time as the chief building official, did you have occasion to read over this particular city ordinance passed in 1999 related to roof and yard drainage?
Yes.
Okay. How often would you, for instance, review it during the course of a year?
Several times.
Okay. Now, do you see here where it says the storm, and this is the last line of it here. The storm drain outlets carrying roof water shall not be directed towards a side yard and shall not be connected to footer drains. Connection of any pipe carrying roof water, yard drainage, or any other drains to a sanitary sewer is prohibited. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Is this highlighted section here one of the primary reasons that you required the barbers change the direction of the two downspouts that we talked about?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to Exhibit 25, please. Okay. Now this one is, I believe, one page also, but it's very small, so I'm going to take a moment and let you take a look at it. And if you need to focus in on anything, just let me know. I apologize. This is I have 3 pages. You have 3 pages, yeah.
Yeah, you had the whole chapter on that, I think, John.
Thank you. Apologies for saying it's 1 page and small. It's 3 pages and small. We're going to focus in on one in particular at the bottom of the first page. So, so directing your attention to the bottom of the first page, the section entitled 1323.02, Approval of Plot Plan and Grade of Foundation. Okay. In your role as the chief building official for the city of Willoughby, did you have occasion to review this particular section of the municipal code that relates to approval of plot plans and grade of foundations?
Yes.
Okay. How often would you say you reviewed that?
Several times a year.
Okay. Now, this section appears to call out a requirement that the city engineer review and approve the plot plan and grade of any foundation. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, it also appears to require that the applicant be notified of any nonconformity found during an examination of the plot plan, and that the plot plan be changed in respect to all written nonconformities. Is that correct? Let's unfocus on this particular item and move on to the very top of the second page, please. Well, actually, the 132303 as-built plot plan section. So one down from there. Sorry for jumping around. Getting there. Okay. Same preliminary question in relation to this section. In your role, did you have occasion to review this particular section?
Yes.
Okay. And that was how frequent?
Yearly.
Yearly. Okay. So this appears to call out a couple of requirements here. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Okay. One of them being submission of an as-built plot plan, much like the one we looked at before for the Barber property. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. It also seems to call out a requirement that the plot plan show the final grades of the improvement. Is that right too?
Correct.
Okay. That it needs to be certified by a registered engineer or surveyor as to the accuracy, and that the form of certification shall be prescribed by the city engineer. Is that all accurate?
Correct.
I skipped around a little bit, but that's the gist.
That is accurate.
Right. So your understanding here, reading the last two sections with me, the city engineer has discretion to approve or not approve any as-built plot plan, right?
Right.
Okay. And as we talked about earlier, any as-built plot plan, we'll strike that question. As we talked about earlier, you had seen no document that shows that the as-built plot plan that we reviewed together met final approval by the city engineer for the Barber property, correct?
I never saw anything that said approved from the engineer.
Okay. And I think we established earlier you had never seen any resubmitted version of that as-built plan for the Barber
I've
property.
never seen one.
Okay. And I believe you agreed with me earlier that there was a note that called out the need for a swale along the rear left property line, right?
Yes.
Okay. When you visited the Barber home in 2022, did you have an understanding that Ms. Crozier was also calling out a need for there to be a swale installed in that location to funnel water away from her driveway and garage?
The request for a swale was at some point made clear to me, but I don't know when that was. I don't know if it was at that time or later.
Okay.
Through other writing.
So, well, let's clear that up a little bit. So, as you sit here today, do you remember going out to the Barber property in July of 2022 with that request from Kathleen Crozier in mind?
To look at downspouts only?
No. So, focusing on the swale, right?
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to any corrective, any request for correction of downspouts. Do you remember going to the property in July, the Barber property in July of 2022, with Ms. Crozier's complaint, if you will, in mind, about there not being a swale along that line there?
I don't recall that discussion.
Okay. If it had been brought to your attention in 2022, would you have considered that as an option?
That would not be, that's not in my expertise. It's not what I would do. I couldn't comment on it, really.
Okay. So you mentioned it's not in your expertise. Is there someone within your department that you would consult with to understand and come to a conclusion on what the recommendation would be?
Not on an existing dwelling situation like that, no.
Okay. So when you say it's not in your expertise, are you saying that you don't have an independent capability to make that recommendation?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Being the chief building official, is there anyone inside of your department or outside of your department at the city that would have the capability to make a either recommendation to install one or not install one?
When it's an existing dwelling and someone calls and has a concern about drainage, what we would typically advise them to do is to contact an engineer and come up with a solution. It's not something the city would address. They would then, if they have a solution, they bring it to us with a site plan, city engineer would then review it. If he approves it, they move forward.
Okay.
But from the city standpoint, we wouldn't get involved in that.
Okay. And getting involved with the downspouts is different. Why?
But the downspouts, there's a clear and concise ordinance stating that they should not discharge directly towards a neighboring property.
We just looked at 1323.02 of the municipal ordinances and 1323.03 of the municipal ordinances that you agreed called out that the city engineer must approve an as-built plot plan, right?
No, I did not.
You did not?
No.
So you never said that approval was required?
I said he may approve it or he may not approve it.
Right.
But there is no requirement for an as-built site plan to be approved.
Okay. So let me understand this. So understanding that there is an as-built plot plan that we looked at together for the Barber property and no subsequent as-built plot plan that shows an approval, right?
Right.
Isn't it true that you would have the discretion under these ordinances we just looked at to make a recommendation to conform the property to the last version of the as-built as notated by the engineer?
It would be in the building official's scope to do that at the time of the construction of the house, yeah.
But what does the passing of time do to change that obligation?
Changes the conditions of the site.
Okay, but understanding that the site conditions have changed, aren't there measures that can be taken to understand the current conditions and whether those current conditions comply with the directives of the city engineer on the last as-built plot plan? Aren't there measures that can be taken to see if it conforms?
Not by my department, no.
Which department?
Again, it's an existing structure. If a homeowner wants to hire an engineer to establish grades and correct anything that they find to be not functioning properly, that's up to them.
Okay. The structure had existing elements that you did require to be corrected, meaning the downspouts, right?
Right.
So if the existing grading was non-conforming to the last directive inside of the as-built plot plan that we looked at, would the building department that you head up not have discretion to take action in relation to that?
Okay.
I'll strike the question and re-ask it. You would agree with me that the changes recommended to the downspouts were changes to downspouts that pre-existed your inspection of the property in July of 2022, right?
And during my inspection, that is what I found. How long they had been there, I don't know.
Based on your statement that it's not your expertise, isn't it true that any recommendation that you or your department would make would need to go through the city engineer if it was in relation to a swale? Wouldn't it have to go through the city engineer?
Typically. If I understand your question, you're not relating to the design of it, or?
So I'll strike that question. I kind of want to take a break for 2 seconds because I know you have notes for me. So I'd like to take a break off the record for 5. So
we're going to go off the record. This will be the end of meeting 2. The time is now 10:23. Oh, we are back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to recess for the evening. Come back tomorrow morning. We will start on time, 8:30. If that worked out, that'll work out for everybody. And finish up this video and then continue on. Please remember, going home tonight, do not talk about the case with anyone. No one will talk about it with you. No researching or investigating any issues that you may have heard about that maybe seem more clear in your mind and you want to try to clarify. You can't do that. Please don't do that. Relax, come back tomorrow morning, continue on. So enjoy your evening. We'll see y'all here at 8:30 tomorrow.
All rise.
I'll be seated. So do you have any idea how long this last one is? I'm going to call the court reporter.
It should say on there, Judge, I think when we opened the other one, it had a total runtime at the bottom. May I approach?
You may.
Sure. Yep.
I'm not going up because I don't know if the air is
Another hour and 9
I'm not going up.
It's almost
There's
equal
too
to
many
the last
experts.
one. Yeah, because that's all.
I'm gonna sit back too.
I only had maybe 3 more minutes of me, and the rest was the rest.
I was gilding the lily a little bit. I knew you were upset. I was trying to equilibrium everything.
All right, then we'll tell her. I'll get here by 9:30.
I have an engineer, Matt Caldwell, that's going to travel here. It's an hour and a half for him to get here from where he is. So I want to give him an expected arrival time, and I figured we could talk amongst ourselves so that if it falls a little off of what we expect, it shouldn't. So this will be an hour. That brings us to 9:30 or 9:45. And then
You can drive right here.
Pardon?
So you can drive right here.
Ouch. They're gonna. If I get to, if Gene drops me at the Enterprise,
that one hurt more than the accent.
Before 6 o'clock.
All right, but yeah, I mean, so it'll take what, an hour, 15 minutes.
And then you have Kathleen and my 2 clients.
That's right. Yep.
So if I tell Matt to arrive to be put on first,
Yeah, I'm not going to speculate how long you guys are pushing.
So you. That's fair.
I sense some sarcasm in that.
I have to assume we don't get past Kathleen in the morning. That would be shocking to me, just based on it goes to 10.
Which morning? This morning, tomorrow morning, or this Friday morning?
Tomorrow.
No.
That's a legitimate question, though.
Good night.
Good night, Judge.
Okay, so
my best guess is mid-afternoon would be the earliest, but it's hard for me to know whether we'll be completely done with everybody because I'm not handling the other half of my if upon cross up with the market. So I don't know. You know what I mean? Like I don't know how long you and Mr. Lucas will go with barbers, or if you're going to save a lot for your case chief. I just don't know. So, but I
don't think I'm going to redirect right then.
Yeah.
But maybe I'll think about that. I'll see how it goes.
Okay. Then mid-afternoon, if that's the case. I mean, I wouldn't think it would last long.
All right, I'll tell him to be here at 8:30.
I think that's early.
I would rather he be early.
Yeah.
Than late.
Early and me would be 2. So that's my best guess.
So I'll say 12. I'll say be here 12. Okay. All right. We could walk past
You
the
guys
guys.
are already
Thank you.
So much. I'll see you at 8:40.
Or you want to?
I am gonna
I'll be coming in
Take-
fashionably late.
take the power cord
Okay.
and leave the other plugged in.
Okay.
So
Let's hope the weather